Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to the ballroom. Programming will begin in 3 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, programming is resuming. Please make your way to the ballroom. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the ballroom. We are beginning programming. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Ms. Gina Smilek, Brussels Bureau Chief of the New York Times. Thank you.
I'm on. Hi, I am, as announced, Gina Smilek. I'm the Brussels Bureau Chief here for the New York Times. I am excited to welcome you to this panel, Trade Wars and a New Economic Order. We are going to talk today about what the implications are for Europe and for the world of the ongoing trade wars, what it means for a rule-based order to move to a more fragmented and more transactional world, and what US trade and industrial policy are doing to alter the landscape of global trade. We have a great panel for you today to discuss these important questions. Michał Baranowski is the Undersecretary for State at the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology in Poland, which, as you likely know, currently holds the Council presidency here in Brussels. Tatiana Prazeres is the Foreign Trade Secretary at the Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade, and Services in Brazil. And Tobias Meyer is the CEO of the DHL Group, obviously a leading logistics and package delivery company in Germany. I would like to invite the panel up to the stage, and we will get started.
Hi, Gina. Oh, I walk fast.
Tatiana, I wanted to start with you. I'm going to ask the entire panel sort of a broad framing question, which just tackles head-on the title of this panel, which is, is this a new economic order? Have we fundamentally changed the global trading system? And you and I were talking in advance of the panel about the fact that this isn't your first time in government, so you have a sort of interesting insight into whether this is an actual fundamental shift from what we've seen before. So I was hoping you could walk us through what you're seeing.
Yeah, thank you, Gina. Indeed, the trade policy landscape is changing dramatically, right? We're moving to something new. We can discuss how to call it, but it can be a geoeconomic order. And that reflects different views on trade. It reflects different perceptions about trade being more, not only an opportunity creator, but also trade being perceived as a threat. This intersection between trade and national security is more evident than ever. Trade being somehow used as a tool for geopolitical objectives, for strategic concerns. This is all new, and that changes in trade policy in a very significant way. So I think I would underscore this perception of trade being a tool for geopolitical purposes is something that characterizes this new environment that we are entering. We can discuss how far we are, from a liberal order to a geoeconomic order. We're in transition, but views on trade policy have changed fundamentally all over the world.
Interesting. And Michael, I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about how you see this from Europe and what you think this moment means for the European Union.
Well, it is. I agree also that this is a moment of change. Paradigm is changing. We know that it's changing. We don't know what will come at the end. For the EU, it is certainly a moment of trial and moment of keeping our unity. And as a presidency of the EU Council, that's our main job. It's a bit like herding cats, but in a positive way, and we are sticking together. But because this moment is happening vis-à-vis our closest ally, United States, and because we are, frankly, the most important economic partner for the United States, this feels different. And there are connections between trade, geopolitics, to some extent, maybe not yet security, but this is on everyone's mind. We are figuring it all out at the same time. It's clear that, fortunately, this moment also creates this push for reforms that we need in Europe. You hear about simplification or deregulation, completing the internal market. That's all pushing us in this direction. And Europe is standing on our 2 feet when it comes to security and defense. also because of this external push. But trade has never been as political as it is right now. And I will finish with this, I was struck by this listening. Some of you may know that there was a recent presidential election in Poland, and it was a good chunk of the debate between the candidates was about trade and economics. And I was struck by this because 5 years ago, it was not even on the radar screen.
Yeah, interesting. I want to quickly follow up on that. You know, you say that it's a little bit like herding cats. What grade would you give Europe on keeping everybody together?
A+.
A+.
In the American system, you know, in Poland we have from 1 to 5, and you get 6 for exceptional job. No, look, it's both the council stood behind the commission, and Maroš Šefčovič, the commissioner, and President von der Leyen has done a really great job in this very difficult situation, and everyone knows that we are in the midst of a pretty tough negotiations. But yes, A+ for effort for sure.
And you have a rapidly approaching deadline in those tough negotiations, July 9th. Do you think there's going to be a trade deal before that?
Absolutely, there is going to be a great deal. Well, no, the fact is that, so I cannot say anything different, but we are moving forward. The United States is also determined to get a deal. So far, there has not been a great number of deals. The deadline is pushing both sides closer to a solution. I know that President Trump is frustrated with the speed. We in Europe would like to get faster to a deal. We have great negotiators, and I really do hope that we get to a deal, recognizing the fact that right now Europe has decided to pause on our retaliatory measures, while United States decided to fire and then double it when it comes to steel and aluminum. So I think the beginning of July is going to be a very interesting moment.
All right, I've got one more follow-up, and then I'll let you out of the hot seat, I promise. But when you say that both sides are feel the pressure, getting closer to a deal, like what's evidence of that? Like, how do we know the two sides getting closer to a deal?
So one evidence is so last week a number of us were at the OECD ministerial. Maroš was there. Commissioner Šefčovič was there. Talked with Jameson Greer, USTR. They had a very good conversation that is getting us from the moment of, maybe 3 weeks ago, we were probably in the lowest moment where we were threatening each other with really high hikes in tariffs. So both sides are talking, exchanging papers. Now that we are talking, because for a good chunk of the time we were not talking enough, there is a sense of things moving, and also perhaps US is also de-escalating when we look at conversations with China and others.
Okay, interesting. All right, Tobias, I think after all of this policy, it would be great to hear a little bit from industry. From your perspective, does it look like we're in a moment of fundamental change? And as this plays out, are you guys seeing it affect your bottom line? Is this showing up in your business?
So I think we definitely see a lot of changes in trade flows, triggered primarily, not exclusively, but primarily with this change in US trade policy. It's quite obviously on the Trans-Pacific, where we have not only seen changes in tariff rates, but also some changes in customs regulation. So in February, we already had the first phase where there was no de minimis for 4 days. That led to a backlog in American airports, which increasingly led to chaos, and then it was revoked. The express industry, also experienced that when the IEEPA tariffs came first into place. That had the unintentional consequence that a simplified clearance procedure was wiped out for a certain value range, $800 to $2,500, which then was also rectified. So I think I see also something positive in that the US administration is acting if it is against American interest. If the American consumer is exposed to inconvenience, if American business interest is harmed, and I think the Annex II is a living witness list of who has influence in terms of products being exempted and who is able to get their products on that exemption list. So it has a profound effect on trade flows, and even things like what was agreed now with the UK. I'm not sure that it constitutes a deal or not. Some of us were used to trade deals being quite detailed. 2 pages, it's hard to imagine that all details are fully thought through, but maybe it's in the middle of the process, I don't know. But still, I mean, it is a profound change. 10-20% is still 4-8 times higher what was there before. And this will have a profound impact on business. And it's an interesting question how business leaders are going to react. I mean, how do you do business case? Do you build something in the US purely based on tariffs? If you're wrong, you build a steel plant, you will probably have your first production in 2030, 2031. What's the tariff level in 2030? I think that's a question where some people are not so quite sure what the answer is. And this is why I think also investments are not really taking place, I think, at the pace that people envision. Business doesn't like uncertainty. That's the case in Europe, and that's also the case in the US.
That's interesting. And when you talk to policymakers, what is your message for them? Like, what do you think policymakers should be doing to try to de-escalate this, to improve the certainty?
Well, look, we are not in the business of, not a consultant in the political space, but I think we share what we observe. And what I think is important to understand is the list of objectives that the US has is pretty long. Some of those, I think we now recognize are legitimate. I think the most obvious, Europe hasn't done enough on defense. Okay, we get that. Now, that doesn't have something so closely to do with trade, but it is an objective that the US had, and I think it's now commonly recognized that this was a valid interest and concern. But if you think about the security concerns more broadly, particularly relating to China, I think this trade policy strengthens China significantly. The growth that you have seen in global trade over the last 5 years was the strongest of the unaligned countries with China. The growth in intra-Asia trade, the growth Africa, the growth Middle East with China, China not only being a source of imports, but also the largest buyer of Middle Eastern oil by now. So those relationships have significantly changed over the last 5 to 10 years. And I think China sees this distancing of the US from Europe and the rest of the world also as an opportunity.
Interesting, interesting. And you had some interesting comments just last week, actually, about China. You suggested that, even if there isn't a good outcome with US, the EU is not going to make a pivot toward China. I wonder if you could unpack that for us a little bit. What did you mean?
Sure. This was reflecting the conversations we had in the council. And I would summarize it in such a way that even though we have difficult issues now with the US, we are in difficult negotiations, but it doesn't mean that all of our difficult challenges with China just go away because of this. So these two processes are going in parallel, both in terms of our trade, but also foreign direct investment, also the investment, and what we need China to do when China wants to invest in Europe. So this is, China is in the middle of a charm offensive, but I'm not hearing from my ministers in the council that anyone wants to sort of switch the gear. Europe is going to diversify. We remember that US is about 13% of global GDP, 13% of the global trade, so we have 87% to play with. So we are very much engaging, Commission is engaging on behalf of the EU in negotiation with Indonesia and India, but we have real issues to solve with China at the same time. But I hope that we can get to a good transatlantic deal because it will make our conversations with China a little bit more predictable and stable, because also governments, not only businesses, but also governments need the predictability in our economic and trade relations.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. Obviously, one of the other trade deals you all have been working on is with Mercosur. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about both, what you think the status of that is likely to be, how this plays into it, but then also more in general, how is Brazil approaching that diversification of trading partners?
Sure. No, thanks. Happy to talk about it. I've been really involved in these negotiations. So we announced the conclusion of the talks last December, and now we need to go through its approval here in the EU, Mercosur side as well. But listen, our message is that this is a win-win agreement. This is important from an economic perspective. We're talking about the largest agreement between two trade blocs, $22 trillion in GDP combined. It's important in trade terms, in investment terms, partnerships, etc. It's important from a sustainability standpoint. So we have negotiated, as Mercosur and the EU, it's going to be an annex to this Trade and Sustainable Development chapter of the agreement, but basically it contains commitments on both sides towards sustainability on its three pillars: economic, social, environment. So if the agreement never enters into force, it will be a huge missed opportunity in terms of making sure that these commitments are really mandatory binding, right? But I think this agreement is particularly important given the geopolitical landscape. So I think the current international scenario just makes this agreement even more important. In a context where barriers are being erected, I think this agreement is a bridge between two regions that have shared values, objectives, history. This is a really important agreement that we hope enters into force. And I think on our part of the world, there is a real commitment towards it. Yeah. And I think, getting back to your question about how that relates to everything we've been discussing, I think some countries will respond to these tensions with retaliation. Maybe many are concerned with the risk of trade deflection. So if goods do not enter markets that they used to, where these goods will end up in, and this is a concern that we have as a country. So the risk that this economic nationalism somehow spreads out is one. But at the same time, what we see is countries willing to deepen their relations with like-minded partners, with countries that value rules-based trade. And I think our relationship with the EU somehow fits in the second category. We see the current landscape as an opportunity for us to really implement this agreement, and more than that, deepen our connections with the EU.
Although there is still frequently skepticism here in the EU about Mercosur, there's a reason it hasn't been fully enacted, right? And so, we still see skepticism from the French in particular. Macron was asked about this last week and played a bit coy on it. I wonder if you think that those obstacles are surmountable, and I wonder what kind of timeline you think we might be looking at.
So I hope they are. We're not getting to how EU countries see this. Maybe Michael can comment on that, I don't know. But frankly, taking a broader perspective on this issue, it would be a huge missed opportunity for the two sides. I would not say to whom. It's a bigger opportunity missed. But I hope we can get to the finish line. So where we are today is that we are finishing the legal scrubbing of the agreement. We're starting the translations, and my understanding, and the President of the European Union Council was in Brazil maybe 2 weeks ago. I think he mentioned that the idea was to submit it to the Council in the near future. So let's see how that goes. But on our side, I will not comment on the EU mechanics. But on our side, our expectation is that the agreement's finally signed in Brazil next semester, because Brazil will hold the Mercosur interim presidency, and we hope it is signed there. And then we have, if everything goes well, in the EU, it's the analysis by the Parliament. And we, of course, have in each of the 4 Mercosur countries parliamentary approval as well.
What do you think? Well justified?
Yeah, this is a little bit tricky. You know why? And I'm not sure if because I'm both in a chair as the EU Council presidency, but also Polish minister and Polish government made it very clear that we have still outstanding issues with the deal. It was very clearly communicated last December. We are now waiting for the text, for the legal scrubbing. That's the basis of final conversations. We are having a lot of conversations both with the Commission but also with other member states that have some concerns. There is, I won't make news to say that there isn't unanimity or unity on Mercosur, and you know, here it's when we have the final text, that's where the game will really start coming to an end, where this goes. But EU is certainly very focused on diversifying the trade, and there is a lot of what Minister said, what Tatiana said, the commonality in we are as EU looking to other partners that cherish rule-based, predictable trade system.
That absolutely makes sense. Another big issue that I think comes up quite often when we're thinking about the future of rule-based trade is that it seems to have become sort of inextricably linked with defense. And so we've got the NATO summit coming up in a few weeks. It's obviously in the middle of all of these intense trade negotiations. I just wonder if you could talk a little bit about how you see those linkages playing out. Does this affect, you know, how you approach the Commission approaches negotiation? Like, how should we think about the sort of security side of this at the same time as we're dealing with the trade side of this?
Well, so fortunately, these issues are not linked, nor is anyone linking them directly. And I think that's very good, because we can be competing with each other economically, we can be negotiating with each other when it comes to trade, and we can be strong security partners. Now, the next few weeks will be very busy and important, because we'll have the G7 summit in Canada, followed by the NATO summit in The Hague, followed by the European Council. And the European Council will be the final moment where our prime ministers, presidents come together, the leaders come together to look at how the last few weeks played out. The summit, the NATO summit, I think is now in a place, I'm sure we'll talk much more about it at Brussels Forum, but there is the defense ministers came to a very clear line toward an agreement, very ambitious agreement, raising goals for defense spending very much in line with what our responsibilities are. And I'm speaking, you know, Poland is the country that will spend almost 5% on defense, more than anyone else in NATO, but others have a lot of catching up to do. That's what American administrations asked for very, very long time. We are getting there. And I think it's going to be, so in the best case scenario, we'll have success on security and defense and success on trade. And you know, that's where we need to get to eventually anyways. I just hope that we'll get there in, you know, early July rather than a few months later.
Okay, makes sense. Tobias, I wonder, as you look toward the future, how you expect this all to play out. How do you plan? How are you planning for your business? What are you expecting as you think about 1 year, 2 years in the future? What's the global trading system going to look like?
Well, I think on some of these questions, if you look longer term, it's important to go back to the fundamentals, right? The European Union as a peace project primarily, which I think is still very important to emphasize, even though it obviously also plays a strong economic role. And as it relates to trade, that trade has in their libraries full of scientific evidence is increasing global wealth and through the affordability of goods, but also, and this is often forgotten, innovations spread largely through trade. You know, a modern vaccine is not going to be made in every country in the world. You have significant economies of scale to producing that. You have economies of skill. So, and the rise of manufacturing nations like China prove how an export-led model can lead to significant economic success and significant proliferation of wealth. And I think this is very important to keep in mind, also here in Europe, if you constrain trade, it has an economic price. Now, you might be willing to pay that for defense reasons, for security reasons, okay, but it's absurd to believe that the pie is going to stay at the same size if you have significant trade barriers. The pie is going to get smaller. As the pie gets smaller with over-regulation and too much bureaucracy, which is also a point to make in this town. So I think we still believe, and we see evidence, that nations will favor and to some extent be forced to trade, to participate, and also satisfy their populations as it relates to relative wealth, but also as it relates to access to modern healthcare and similar achievements of mankind. So there will be ups and downs. We're clearly not at the up currently, at least emotionally. It feels more like a trough. I have not much hope that it will get better in the coming months, but we'll see. But fundamentally, we're an optimist. And again, global trade is still growing, and it's mainly growing in and outbound of China. I think it's very important to note that.
Interesting, interesting. Michael, if you had to fast forward a year, where do you think the EU is a year from now? What does its trading relationship with the US look like? What's your best guess at what a deal ends up looking like? Yeah. Where are we?
Yeah, so it's so hard to say. When you say a year, it's such an incredible long time. I mean, it's been. So we've been doing this Polish presidency of EU Council for 5 months and 10 days or so, or 11 days.
Who's counting?
It's the longest period of my life, it seems. So a year is a very, very long time. But the fact is that I think, look, our interests transatlantically lie together, right? So if the bottom line interests win, we'll get some adjustment to our trade volumes and terms. And right now, it's important to remember that if you look at both goods and services, EU has a tiny 3% surplus with the US. We are talking about 3% of trade. Now, currently, the US administration is focusing on the goods part, where there is a bigger US deficit. So there will have to be some adjustment. But in the end, actually, very much agreeing, we are all benefiting from this. American people are benefiting from this. Europeans are benefiting. So if we really enter a trade war, everyone would lose. So we'll get to deals. We'll get to deals. Now, it's hard for me to predict what it will entirely look like. I know that in Europe, there is definitely a desire, appetite for something that is more ambitious than agreement, for example, with UK that you mentioned. And EU is big, and the approach has been speak softly, negotiate, but carry big stick. So I think both sides have a big incentives to come to a conclusion. The sooner, the better.
And do you expect that obviously an important part of the UK blueprint is that the 10% universal tariff remains in place. Do you have any forecast on whether that's the case for the EU deal?
So I can say that one minister, Swedish minister, Benjamin, said that this would not be. He said that would not be acceptable. I think there is appetite for something more ambitious than that. It's that would be a big change.
You just answered that question like such a journalist.
You got to train. Being think tanker is you can be so much more honest and just open. Not that I'm dishonest. I'm very honest, but you can be less diplomatic than someone who then have carried responsibility.
Now you have to quote your colleagues.
Yeah.
And final question. I just wonder, if you can put this in global perspective for us. Where do you think we are? Where's Brazil a year from now? But also, where's the global trading system a year from now?
Yeah, it's a big question for 2 seconds, I'm afraid. But very quickly, Listen, for Brazil, Brazil is relatively distant from the geopolitical hotspots of our times, and this is an asset for us, an asset that we want to preserve, that we want to appreciate, and but we're part of this this global context, and I think the challenge for us will be to navigate these geopolitical tensions of our times in a good way, in a proper manner, in a way that preserves our interests, and this will mark our relations as we move forward. China has been the largest trading partner of Brazil since 2009. Our trade with China is more than twice our trade with the US, and we're very committed to finding a negotiated solution with the Americans as well. So navigating this complicated scenario, the intricacies of these complicated relationships will be a challenge for Brazil, and a challenge for most of the world that frankly is not willing to take sides. I think here, of course, the conversation is mostly transatlantic, but it's important to bear in mind that most of the world is sharing the challenge that Brazil has in terms of how to deal with the current circumstances, preserving your own interests.
Yeah, well, it is a challenge that I think we'll be talking a lot about in the next couple of months. Thank you all so much for the panel. It's been a great discussion. Really appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you.
Please join me in welcoming to the stage Ms. Eva Krukowska, Deputy Bureau Chief at Bloomberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Eva Krukowska, and I'll have the honor to moderate our next panel, a very interesting one, on disruptions to transatlantic energy security and competitiveness. As we meet, both the US and Europe are seeking to diversify their energy sources and boost their competitiveness. The EU wants to turn away from its reliance on Russian gas imports. The US wants to strengthen its global energy partnerships. And at the same time, it's reshaping global trade rules with tariffs. Geopolitical tensions threaten supply chains, and China, in the meanwhile, is strengthening its role in clean energy, already a dominant one. How can the EU and US cooperate in those uncertain times? That is exactly what we will discuss with my two distinguished panelists. European Commission Dan Jorgensen, Commissioner for Energy, whom I warmly invite to the podium, and Mr. Wole Adeyemo, Distinguished Fellow, Institute of Global Politics and Center on Global Energy Policy, and a former Deputy State Treasury. Dan, my first question goes to you. Energy transition, not an easy one.
No.
It's not just a climate strategy, it's also a pillar of energy security in Europe.
Sure.
Energy prices are off their all-time highs that we saw in the middle of the crisis linked to Russian invasion in Ukraine, but they are still a burden, a worry for many companies in the middle of the energy transition. As you look to build new energy partnerships, what regions are on top of mind, and what principles are guiding your choices?
So, I think in the US, when a president assumes office, he swears at the Bible, right? Okay, I'll share a secret with you. What happens when you become commissioner is that you are taken to President Ursula von der Leyen's office. and then you swear on the Draghi report. Now, for those of you who don't know, Draghi published a report in which he gives a pretty bleak analysis of the competitiveness of the European Union, but he also offers answers, and he mentions energy more than 700 times. He does that for a reason, because we pay 2 or 3 times more for our energy in Europe than does our competitors in the US and China, just to give you an example. Our strategy is of course complex, but at the same time it's pretty clear and simple. We need to move away from being dependent on importing fossil energy from other countries, especially if that other country is an enemy, as Russia is. And we have come far in that respect. In 2022, we got 51% of our coal from Russia. Now we get 0. We got 27% of our oil from Russia. Now we get 3. We got 45% of our gas. Now 13. But I just recently presented a roadmap on how we will get 100% rid of this gas. Of course, part of this strategy is to move away from gas altogether. So fast deployment of more renewables, fast deployment of new energy efficiency tools. But it's also about diversifying who we then get our energy from. And here, especially the 2 countries have been extremely helpful, Norway and the US. Others also, but Norway and the US is now number 1 and 2 countries on the planet that we import our fossil energy from. So that is the most basic answer. Obviously then there's all of the details about how to then make that happen. It's just not easy to transition your economy away from fossils into renewables, of course, even though it's cheaper and it provides you with more security.
Well, a question to you, because you played a central role in implementing the Inflation Reduction Act, the object of envy when it was announced in Europe. Some people were saying that basically Europe is offering a stick, you were offering carrots. But now the current administration is seeking to roll back at least some of the provisions. We also have the risk of a tariff war. There is also the issue of the strength or weakness of dollar. What were your lessons learned during your time at the Treasury, and how do you see the situation now?
Well, let me start by saying how good it is to be back in Europe. This is my first trip here since ending my time as Deputy Secretary of the Treasury. And I'll say what I would have said when I was here then, which is that incentives matter. And ultimately, getting the incentives right when it comes to the clean energy transition is critical to ensuring that we get there as quickly as possible. And for us, it wasn't only about climate change, it was also about energy security over time. Although we are a net energy exporter, we know that the price of that energy is not set by the United States, especially when it came to the most important fossil fuel to us, the gas that was put in someone's gas tank or oil. What we did with the Inflation Reduction Act was create incentives for businesses to make investments in the clean energy transition we needed to do, and it worked tremendously well, so well that a number of European companies started to invest in the United States, which for many of my friends in Europe caused a great deal of concern. But from our standpoint, we weren't attempting to outcompete Europe. We were attempting to be in a place where we could meet not only America's needs, but global need for clean energy. And that's why we were excited to see Europe take a number of the same steps when it came to creating those incentives. The challenge that Congress faces now is that if Republicans do what the House passed, it won't only slow our ability to meet the climate challenge, but it's going to increase the cost of energy for American households. That will mean that if you're an American trying to heat your home, trying to power your house, the price of energy is likely to go up if what they do to the Inflation Reduction Act happens. And part of that is because we've brought down the cost of capital, but a huge piece of this for the United States is the fact that energy demand has outstripped capacity in the medium term because of things like AI, the data centers that are being created. And what this tells me, and what I think is important for all of us to realize, is that in order to have a dynamic economy, you have to have ample supply of energy to meet the needs of not just industry, but also of your people. And that's why what the commissioner is talking about matters so much here in Europe. Despite what people hear, the most important partner for the United States over the long term is Europe. Unless Europe's economy is competitive, there is no way that we can stand together and meet the challenges of the 21st century. That's why in the Obama administration, we spent so much time trying to get, and we have our ambassador from Germany here, he was in many of these meetings, trying to convince Germany that being reliant on Russia for gas was dangerous for you. And I think the message today is that while you're moving away from reliance on Russia from gas, being reliant on China for critical minerals is another risk. If you are overly reliant on any one supplier in the world we live in today, you take a real risk with your energy security.
Let me turn back to you, Dan. Climate plans, we're talking about the need to have reliable energy sources, also clean energy sources in Europe. The Commission is about to propose, possibly next month, a new target, 40% for 2040, 90% emission reduction versus 1990 levels. Still, with China strengthening its grip on clean tech and the US leaning on its hydrocarbons advantage, with transatlantic tensions over tariffs, where exactly do you see the room for EU-US cooperation?
Well, many things to unwrap in what you just said there. One is, yes, it's true. China has gained leadership in some areas of clean tech. I don't think we should complain about that. When I started my political career, I was also engaged in the fight against climate change, and there our number one priority was to get China on board. Now they're finally on board. By the way, I can say also, we also argued many years, how will we get the US on board? And then all of a sudden, when you adopted the IRA, which was fantastic, and I congratulate you on that, some of the same companies who's been putting pressure on us policymakers to put pressure on the US were now complaining. The US is doing too good. But that is the paradoxes of politics, I guess. For us, we really need to have our own strategy, independent of what will be the decisions made in Washington or Beijing. I think this is something that we've learned within the last 6 months if we didn't know it on beforehand. And that then brings me back to also our overall strategy, because whether or not you think our security of supply is the most important, or you think our competitiveness is the most important, or you think fighting climate change for the sake of future generation is the most important, the basic answer will be the same for us. It'll be to move away from a dependency in which we import for more than 300 billion on average a year fossil energy from other parts of the world, and instead produce our own energy. That doesn't come without challenges either. I acknowledge that. Rare minerals is a very good example of that. But those challenges can be solved, and it's actually also one of the areas where I very much hope that we can work together across the Atlantic.
Working cross-Atlantic will probably have to mean at some point more imports of US LNG while Europe turns away from Russia.
Yes, well, we certainly need to diversify even more. I will say that we already brought our consumption down so much that it's not huge amounts that we will need. Also because every year we bring down our consumption of gas in Europe with 15 BCM. And in 1 year we import 36 BCM from Russia. So it's not huge amounts, but yes, we will need to import probably also a little bit more than we do now. And yes, US is obviously an important partner there. I went to CERAWeek in Houston a couple of months back, and spoke to many American companies that were more than ready to help us there. I think it's of mutual benefit.
US LNG imports, trade, sanctions, this is all part of the same story, sort of at least. Europe is not going to rely on sanctions when it turns away from Russian energy imports, simply because sanctions need unanimity. But question to you, Wally. You were also responsible for sanctions on Russia when you were in the US administration. They do weaken Russia's war capacity, but they need strong enforcement to be effective. What are your lessons from this time?
I think the most important lesson I learned from helping to lead the effort on Russian sanctions was of the importance of working with other countries.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have been anywhere near as effective with regard to our sanctions but for the partnership with Europe. Full stop. Ultimately, Russia did far more business with Europe than they did with the United States, and the Kremlin anticipated that Europe would be the weak link. They assumed wrongly. Europe has acted strongly and stood up to Russia at every single turn. They were our partner in each and everything that we did. And while sometimes we had to go left instead of right, ultimately, strategically, we were fully aligned. And I think that was a critical piece of being able to constrain Russia's economy. And while we face challenges both in Europe and in the United States with regard to our economy, we want it to grow faster, we want to provide better for our people. Inflation in Russia last month was at 10%. The Russian economy is in tatters. The key now is whether we are going to be able to hold Russia accountable for what they've done in Ukraine. And the key to that is going to be this transatlantic relationship between Europe and the United States. And I think we can't be naive about the fact that it has changed in the last several months. And fundamentally, we should not assume that we're going to get to a place where these trade discussions are going to lead to some positive outcome that's going to be long-lasting. There are going to be conflicts in this relationship. But ultimately, leadership, I think the thing the commissioner said that's important is that Europe needs to have its own strategy. Yeah. And I think that strategy has to be built on the idea that Europe needs to grow its economy in a way that will be productive going forward. Pulling away from the IRA for the United States is a strategic misstep, for example. When you think about the way that investments are being made in the United States and the fact that the people who are most in favor of the IRA today are big companies, it speaks to why what we were doing made sense. And it speaks to why Europe's focus on competitiveness is not just an economic issue, it's also a strategic issue. So ultimately, for Russia, even if they're in a position where they feel confident about their ability to potentially get a deal with the current U.S. administration, they recognize that even with a deal with the United States, they're not going to get a deal with Europe. They're still going to face these sanctions. They're still going to be in a place where they have concerns with their ability of their economy to operate because of European unity. So a big thing that I learned in being one of the people who was the point people for sanctions was the importance of multilateral action. And the key now as Europe considers its path forward is what is Europe's strategy and how does it work with partners to develop that strategy going forward?
Talking about partners and sanctions, only yesterday, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced the proposal for the next big sanctions package on Russia. It covers part of the Russian energy sector. The proposal was to sanction Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2, but also to lower the price cap on Russian oil, part of the G7 initiative. The proposal is to lower the cap to $45 per barrel from $60 per barrel. That is where the market is currently. Do you think that you will be able to get support from the rest of G7, Dan?
First of all, I certainly hope so. I want to just also add to that a couple of things. One is our focus on the Russian shadow fleet, which is extremely important in this regard. And second, when I spoke about the roadmap earlier, I understand that a roadmap might not seem like such a hardcore tool to use when we are speaking about sanctions, but actually what we're proposing to do is something that's even stronger than sanctions. We are banning Russian gas. So from the 1st of January, we'll be banning spot market LNG, and from the end of 27, we'll be banning also long-term contracts. So all gas from Russia. So a ban is not something that has to be renewed every 6 months. It's not something that demands unanimity. It's something that can be passed by a majority in Europe, and it stands until somebody changes the legislation, which is a very difficult process in the EU. So this will stand also after a peace agreement, which is, I think, a very important signal, and also, by the way, a strategic choice.
You say that it's basically the end of Russian energy imports to Europe with the ban. But in the US, we are hearing some reports, speculation that some American investors are interested in Nord Stream 1, perhaps in Nord Stream 2. Do you think it would be possible for American investors to proceed with such plans, and what role could they play?
No, and I think the reason for that is because of Europe's resolve. Ultimately, this was another place where John and I spent a great deal of time talking to our German counterparts about, but today we're in a place where Europe is unified with regard to the fact that they both need to cut off Russia's ability to hold them at risk. But I think the more important piece is that they are willing to take steps to constrain Russia's ability to earn revenue from selling energy anywhere in the world.
Exactly.
One of the thing that I hope that they consider is taking additional steps to go after choke points that Russia has. For example, Russian ships have to pass through things like the Danish Straits on a regular basis. How are you making sure that those Russian ships have adequate insurance that is meeting the price cap? How do you take other steps to increase the frictions on Russia's ability to earn revenue is going to be critical, but I know that there have been a great deal of talk about Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 and whether the U.S. would be interested in engaging there in some ways. My view is that that is not going to happen, largely because of Europe's resolve, which I think has surprised the world in terms of Europe's willingness to do the hard things in order to stand up for their values. And as long as Europe is willing to do that, my view is that Russia is going to remain constrained despite what the United States may want to do. I think the key here, though, comes back to the point I continue to make, which is that competitiveness is going to be the key, because asking European companies and individuals to continue to bear a cost for Russia's violation of international law is something that they're willing to do, but they do want to see over the medium term that they're going to be able to compete in the global economy. And I think the plan that the Commission has laid out will allow them to do it. The question isn't one of capacity, it's about the will to implement, and I'm heartened to hear what the Commissioner is saying, but the key comes down to execution.
Can I also just add a small anecdote to that? I was Minister of Energy in Denmark in February 22, and we spent the first couple of weeks after the full-scale invasion making emergency plans for which companies to close down by force if Putin turned off the taps. I mean, we would have sent men in uniform to close companies in order for us to have gas enough for our hospitals and our homes. This is not a good situation to be in for any country, and Denmark, by the way, was not as exposed as many other European countries. So it goes both ways. It's a threat to us because we don't want to pay money and thereby help fill up the war chest of Kremlin. This is a paradox, and I'm embarrassed to say it, but we've spent more money buying Russian gas since February 22 than we've given in aid to Ukraine. This obviously will not stand, but it's also about not being dependent on somebody who can then weaponize energy against us. And this is why, and thank you for your kind words about our resolve, but I think that's the explanation for that resolve.
The expectation is that the Commission will propose the actual measures to phase out Russian energy still this month, maybe in a week from now. What impact do you think they will have on energy prices?
So we expect that we can do this without it leading to higher energy prices because we've prepared well. And we've gone from, as I said, 45% of our gas being Russian down to 13%. And the way we will do it now is to then say, okay, gradually towards the end of 27, we will then phase out the last. And if we look at how much new LNG will be on the market and how much will reduce our own use of gas and how much we've managed to diversify, this can be done. I want to, of course, underline that I'm not neglecting the worries of the few countries that are opposing this because they worry about their own populations. I wish that they will change their mind and support us in this ban, but it's possible to both wish for them to change their mind and still acknowledge that they need to take care of their populations, and we will from the European Commission side, of course, help as much as we can solve the problems that in especially 2 member states that there can arise on the short term, but it is something that is possible to solve.
Thank you. We still have 8 minutes, and I would love to take a couple of questions from the floor. We've got the first question, if we have the microphone, in the first row. Could you please introduce yourself and say whom you address your question to, please?
Thank you. My name is Daniel Lor. I was the former Minister for Economic Growth and Innovation of Bulgaria, a country where South Stream does pass. First of all, a big thank you to the Commission for the 18th package that has just passed. My question is, do we understand you correctly that as of next year, Russian LNG will be banned, and as of 2027, Russian pipe gas will be banned, both from the north and from the south, which is critical to achieving the full independence of Russian resources that we seek? Thank you.
Yes, so I need to start by saying that this is the proposal of the Commission, and it needs to be adopted by Member States and the Parliament, of course. Otherwise, I'll get in troubles. But the reason I feel confident is because it's been very well received, both by Member States and by the Parliament. And yes, we start with addressing spot market contracts on LNG, and that's probably around one-fourth to one-third of the Russian gas that's being bought right now. And then at the end of 27, it will be all gas. And a part of the legislative package that I will put forward very, very soon will also include the obligation of member states to put forward a plan on how this phase-out will happen. This is, of course, something we do so that we can see that the countries are actually doing what they need to do, but it's also to be seen as a help to the countries, because we do acknowledge that some might need help diversifying their imports, and we stand ready to do that, also to speak to other partners, well, both internally in Europe, of course, but also Azerbaijan, Northern Africa, Qatar, and others.
Do we have any other questions?
Thank you. I'm Heather Gravey from Bruegel, economics think tank here in Brussels. I want to ask about the renewable energy transition in the United States. So the big difference between importing oil and gas as commodities or using them or producing renewables is once you've done the capital investment, then the operating costs are much lower. Now that's critical for Europe because otherwise we have to spend a lot of money on the imports. But it's also very important for the political economy in the US, where, of course, the installed renewable capacity is running and it can compete with fossil fuels. But we see a lot of attempts to make that no longer work, in fact, to set the incentives in the other direction. How far do you think those will succeed, for example, in Texas?
My view is that we're going to continue to see more renewables come onto the grid in the United States because of the laws of physics and the fact that we are in a position where energy demand outstrips, in the medium term, energy supply. And one of the most interesting things about the IRA debate right now is the people who are vocal critics of what was done in the House of Representatives are the big technology companies in the United States, because many of them are reliant on clean energy solutions to help power their data centers. And what the IRA does is it buys down their cost of capital. In addition to them, it's the utilities that are big critics of what the House has done, because they are currently making huge investments in infrastructure throughout the country, including in places like Texas, and those costs are being brought down by using the IRA incentives. And for those utilities, if they don't have the IRA incentives to bring down the cost of infrastructure, they're still going to invest in the infrastructure, but they're going to pass on those costs to consumers in each one of those states. And for a local official, the last thing you want is for the person who's getting that energy bill to realize that because their congressman or their senator voted for a bill, now your energy bill is going higher because of it. So my view is that while the IRA is going to be changed, and it's clear that Republicans are going to change things like the EV tax credit, you're going to be in a place where you're going to see more renewables. But another place where I do think you're seeing a bipartisan consensus form is on nuclear, Where in the United States, my expectation is you're going to see Republicans potentially increase the incentives that are put into nuclear, which from my standpoint is a good thing. Ultimately, I don't think there's a way that we meet the climate crisis without doing much more nuclear in the United States. And frankly, I think you're going to have to do more nuclear in Europe as well in order to meet the climate crisis, largely because it is a sustainable way to continue to provide, to your point, energy going forward. I think the place where the debate is going to be the fiercest is on things like hydrogen, where it's a technology that isn't proven, but if you want to produce steel, you need something that's going to be able to be used for something like that going forward. My sense right now is that we're in a place where the number of things that we disagree about across the transatlantic relationship is greater than it's been in generations. But a place where I think there needs to be agreement is on the idea that we need access to the key minerals, to the rare earths, that are going to help power our economies going forward. And we can't be overly dependent on one supplier or any one country. My hope is that this is a place where Europe will develop a strategy and bring along allies and partners, including the Australians, the Canadians. Even if the United States doesn't join, this is going to be critical to the ability of the West to survive, because at the moment we are overly dependent on one supplier for critical minerals and for rare earths, and that creates the same kind of dependency challenges that Europe had with Russia.
I very much agree with that, and I also hope that that is an area where indeed we can work together across the Atlantic. It seems like an almost unsolvable challenge right now, but actually if you look into the numbers and you look into the possible sources and you look into the investments needed, it is not impossible, especially not if we work together. So I will definitely hope that that is one of the areas. I will also say actually on new nuclear technology like small modular reactors, that's also an area where hopefully we can work together. I've been tasked by President von der Leyen on making a strategy for the deployment of those types of reactors in Europe. We haven't got them yet. They are underway, I think, some places in the US and some places in Asia, and hopefully also in Europe sooner or later. But there are also, both the US and the EU is facing the challenge that a lot of the nuclear fuel that's out there on the world market today comes from Russia.
Yeah.
And that is also part of our strategy to become independent of that. So also there we need to find other sources and work together.
And I think I am probably less hopeful than some in the room on the idea that we're going to find some kind of magical trade agreement by July 9th, just given the laws of physics and having spent a bunch of time talking about TTIP with my friends in Europe. But I do think that in some of these more strategic areas that are going to matter, that are both economic and strategic, there is hope, because ultimately the United States under this administration is clearly going to try and do it alone. But the thing that I learned, and I think they're going to learn as well, is there is no way to do it alone and meet the scale and breadth of what China has done. You're going to need to do it with friends and allies. And there is no better friend or ally to the United States over time than Europe. They have the economic scale and the ability to partner with us to help build up those supply chains that we're going to need for these things. It may take some time, but I don't think there's another way to actually meet the needs that our citizens have.
I echo that.
Thank you so much. It was a great discussion, much appreciated. Thank you. You can go.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Ian Lesser, Distinguished Fellow at the German Marshall Fund.
Good afternoon. We get to switch gears slightly now and focus in on three separate issues in three separate breakout sessions. And so we invite you to make a choice among the three. And I'll tell you what they are and where they are, and we'll go right into those. The first is an Oxford-style debate on power and polarity, global order in times of disruption in the Versailles Room. The second is a session on the end of dollar dominance, ? Which will be in the Elizabeth Room. And the third, defense as a driver of innovation, ideas from GMF's Transatlantic Task Force. And that'll be in the Adolph Max room. And we're going to start right away, so please do make your way to one of those. And we look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Badass dog. Little something new for you. I need 'Cause I've been waiting so impatiently for you to get this love. Baby, I'm addicted, and you are my drug. I'm so intoxicated, I'm so drunk in your love. Say, baby, I'm addicted, and you are my drug. I'm so intoxicated, I'm so drunk on your love. I'm so drunk on your love. Hey. Get out now.
Sous-step des vieux temps, là. Mama,
right, so we're going to start the night off right. And the first question I want to ask y'all right here live at Slim's tonight. Do you want to go back? 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 Oh, it's about that time, y'all. saw my baby walking with another man today. Yeah, I saw my baby walking with another man today. When I asked her what's the matter, this is what I heard her say. I'll see you later, alligator, and the wild crocodile. I'll see you later, alligator, and the wild crocodile. Can't you see you in my way now? Don't you know you cramp my style? When I thought of what you told me, nearly made me lose my head. When I thought of what you told me, nearly made me lose my head. But the next time that I saw her, reminded me of what she said. See you later, alligator, and the wild crocodile. See you later, alligator, and the wild crocodile. Can't you see you in my way now? Don't you know you grab my sky?
You know my love is
And if she gets unruly, think she don't want come. And if she gets unruly, think she don't want come. I take 3220, I'm gonna put her on the run. Hey, hey, baby, where you stayed last night? Hey, hey, baby, where you stayed last night? You didn't come home till the sun was shining bright. Hey! I'm gonna shoot my pistol, gonna shoot my gas gun. I'm gonna shoot my pistol, I'm gonna shoot my gas gun. You made me love you, now your man to come. Well, I stay for my baby man and she don't come. I stay for my baby man and she don't come. All better than hot, sure can't have none. Oh!
I love the way you walk. I'm crazy about your walk. I love to see you walk. You're my baby, got my eyes on you. I like to see you switch. I love to see you switch. I love to see you switch. You're my baby, got my eyes on you. Yeah, yeah. Got dimples in your jaw. She got dimples on her jaw. Got dimples on her jaw. You're my baby, got my eyes on you. Hey, well, 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 see you every day. Your neighborhood, every day. Neighborhood, hey, hey, neighborhood. See you every day. Neighborhood, neighbor, neighbor, neighborhood, neighbor, neighbor, neighborhood. I'm on you. I'm on you. You rolling, we're rolling. Oh, boy. Do that thing, Kevin. Oh, yeah. Well, it's finally sinking in, you ain't coming back. Go get my old guitar down off the rack and sing the blues about you, baby. Sing the blues about you, baby. It's really bringing me down. I'm just a moping around. I got the blues about you, baby. Well, the hardest thing, honey, about having the blues, like walking the floor in a dead man's shoes. I got the blues about you, baby. I got the blues about you, baby. Maybe this homemade wine will wash you out of my mind. I got the blues about you, baby. I keep a knocking at your door, but you won't let me in. I'll be back tomorrow night and knocking again. I got the blues about you, baby. I got the blues about you, baby. Well, I'm a fool for you. I ain't got nothing to lose. I got the blues about you, baby. All right. Well, now, honey, if we had a little heart to heart, maybe we could find us a brand new start. I got the blues about you, baby. I got the blues about you, baby. Well, I'm a fool for you. I ain't got nothing to lose. I'm a fool about you, baby. Well, now I can't sleep. I just lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, going out of my head. I got the blues about you, baby. I got the blues about you, baby. It's really bringing me down. I'm just a moping around. I got the blues about you, baby. All right, Kevin. Do it, man. You know you really ought to be ashamed of yourself for breaking my heart and ruining my health. I got the blues about you, baby. I got the blues about you, baby. Well, you committed a crime, but I'm doing the time. I got the blues about you, baby. I got the blues about you, baby. I got the blues about you, baby. I'm a fool for you. I ain't got nothing to lose. I got the blues about you, baby. Why don't you come on down? Let me tell you what I got now. Baby, please come on down. Let me tell you what I've got now. I got the house rockin' blues everybody's been talking about. We're gonna start after midnight, rock until the break of dawn. We're gonna start after midnight, rock until the break of dawn. You don't have to be afraid, cause the daddy don't do you no harm. We're gonna rock, rock this house. 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 We're gonna rock this house tonight. Baby, yeah. She's a tall, lanky mama, man, she's built for speed. Hey, she's a tall, lanky woman, man, she's built for speed. I'm crazy about the woman, cause she got just what I need. We're gonna rock this house. 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 We're gonna rock this house tonight. most anything she liked. You set up a table most anything she liked. Now, babies in town, you know we're gonna rock tonight. Ooh yeah, we're gonna rock, rock this house. 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 We're gonna rock this house tonight. Yeah, we're gonna rock, rock this house. We're gonna rock, rock this house. We're gonna rock, rock this house. We're gonna rock this house. We're gonna rock this house tonight. Chicago night. She had a thrilling beauty, and I knew it wasn't right. You was a strange white lady. Tell me what's your name? She said, baby, I ain't no stranger. Just call me Crystalline Cocaine. Wrapped in silver, shining through the night. She made promises that faded in the light. You're a strange white lady. Tell me, baby, what's your name? She said, honey, I ain't no stranger. Just call me Crystalline Cocaine. She took all my money, left me shivering alone. Woke up broken, hungry, all my friends and family gone. You're a strange white lady. Tell me, honey, now what's your name? She said, baby, I ain't no stranger. Just call me Crystalline Cocaine. She used me and abused me. I thought I'd die that day. But deep down inside, I found the strength to walk away from that strange white lady. Honey, now I know your game. You're just an evil woman, Miss Crystalline Cocaine. your man don't love you, you feel he's blue when you're gone. If your man don't love you, you feel he's blue when you're gone. You just come on back to my place, I'll make your blues be gone. Well, I want you to love me, but you're stuck with him. You know I can make you happy, baby. It's a sin that you have to be so sad. Baby, please don't cry. You just call on me, baby. I'll make you feel so high. When you're down and out, I feel you're gonna cry. If you're down and out, baby, feel you're gonna cry. You just call on me, baby. I'll make you feel so high. I went out last night. And I got high. And I stayed all night. Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in, all these. I got high. Baby, I stayed out all night. I went out. Baby, I stayed out all night. I went out. Baby, I stayed out all night. I've been out. Baby, I stayed out. I went out. Baby, I stayed out. I went out, baby. Baby, I ain't gonna stay long. Let me in, let me in, let me in. I came in this morning. Still I had the police at my house. I went out. Baby, I stayed all night. And I came in this morning. Still I had the police at my door. I ain't gonna do it no more. I ain't gonna. I got high. Baby, and I stayed all night. I got high. Baby, and I stayed out all night. I came home this morning. Well, I had the police.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the ballroom. We will be beginning in 10 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the ballroom. We will begin in 5 minutes. Dear participants, please make your way to the ballroom. We will be beginning in a minute. Thank you.
Why don't you come on down? Let me tell you what I got now. Why don't you come on down? Let me tell you what I got now. I got the house rocking music everybody's talking about. We're gonna start at midnight, roll till the break of dawn. We're gonna start at midnight, roll till the break of dawn. Yeah, we ain't gonna stop, all the risk is gone. We're gonna rock this house, gonna rock this house, gonna rock this house, gonna rock this house, we're gonna rock this house tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the ballroom. We are beginning programming. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Andrew Small. Oh.
So welcome everyone to the Make China Great Again session. If we'd been talking about this topic last year, we'd have been talking about this in a context of challenges to China, even a context in which China was really on the back foot, that economic growth and confidence levels among investors and consumers were at their lowest levels since the post-Tiananmen period, that China was falling behind on AI, that we were looking at a growth trajectory for China that was going to mean that it never surpassed the United States as the world's #1 economy. Purges of military leadership were leading to questions about whether Chinese capabilities for Taiwan were ever going to be in place in the next few years. And where on the BRI financing, the Belt and Road Initiative, we'd moved to a situation in which China was for the first time turning into a net debt collector. Today, we're going to be talking about this, though, I think from quite a different angle, because this year, I think we're in a different place. We're talking about a context in which China thinks that it's successfully pushed back against the US tariffs, in part by utilizing the dependencies of the United States and others on critical raw materials and other Chinese products. We're talking about the DeepSeek moment for China on AI. And we're talking about a context on China and Russia where Xi Jinping's decision to back Putin's war, he thinks he's now emerging without having paid a real price at all. All of this arguably reinforcing his view about hardening the Chinese economy and society for struggle. Now, we have a fantastic panel to discuss all of this today. This mix of vulnerabilities and confidence on the Chinese side, dynamics inside China, and how Europe and the United States are responding to it. So coming to the stage in a moment, we have Desmond Shum, businessman, an author of one of the most important books on the party, politics, and business in China. We have Miriam Lexman, MEP, who is in a number of the most important parliamentary delegations and committees on China, on the United States, on foreign affairs, and on trade. We have Brad Setzer from the Council on Foreign Relations, formerly of USTR, formerly of Treasury, NEC, and who brings to this discussion, I think, a fairly rarely unique level of depth on both the European and the Chinese economic landscape. And finally, we have Dan Twining, now President of IRI, formerly on the Secretary of State's policy planning staff, advisor to Senator McCain, and most importantly, a former director of GMF's own Asia program back in the day. Welcome, all of you, to this discussion. I'm going to begin with Desmond on this, with the first question. What is it you think right now that people need to understand about the situation in China today? And most importantly, how does Xi Jinping look at it? How does Xi Jinping look at the domestic landscape in China, the international picture, when he gets out of bed in Zhongnanhai in the morning?
So I'll try to step into his shoes and try to be quick, because it's a laundry list of things. I think first of all, understand Xi Jinping, understand the party, is that where are the priorities? I think number one is his personal control. What's his political standing within the party? Second is control of the party's control of the country. The third one will be domestic situation and governance. The last one actually internal cascading importance. The last one will be international actually. So if you look at where he sits, China sits, and where he sits at the moment, I think that politically within China, he's run some challenge. His control of the party seems absolute. There is no visible rival within the party and then in the political landscape. And then you look at the parties of the control governance issue. That is an issue because he's run his anti-corruption campaign since he came in 2012. Last year, 2024, it's actually the most officials has been arrested and punished over the past decade. And so obviously corruption continues to be an issue. And then because of this continuous arrest and of officials and cadets across the country, intentional non-performance and willful non-performance, and then it's a real issue. It's like people are basically they call it 躺平, right? Life threat. The officials, and then that's impeding his policy implementation. But then you look at the economy. I think the economy in China, the state on the ground, it's actually, from what I learned, it's pretty dire. It's not going well at all. Unemployment it's a major issue, especially for the youth employment, as many of you probably have heard. And then lastly, societally, but I think that's not an issue because the control of the party on the entire society is so absolute. He's continues to tightening, sort of pushing through fraud education, censorship, and so the civil society is gone. I mean, I used to own NGOs in China that had been shut down a long time ago. So I think domestically that's where things sits. I think internationally, obviously, I think sitting from where he sits, I think probably he will see West is distracted, divided. His bets on Russia, it seems very risky when they first started. Now the bet maybe turning out not so bad, and then Russia has become a sort of a brother in arm, and it is a struggle against the West, so to speak. And then I think the party and his view, American, Trump is an unpredictable foe, and American is a sworn enemy. So I think overall, I think in his view, yes, the economist has issue, the state finance has major issues. I mean, not the state level, but the local provincial level has major issues. But those are not existential. I mean, this are not like doesn't threat his the absolute control of the country. So I think overall, I think he would probably say he's sitting fine.
Brad, can we maybe go a little bit deeper now on the economic picture? How are you seeing the numbers stacking up this year on the Chinese side? And if you can also just touch a little bit on the spillover consequences of that for everyone else.
Good questions. I think of the Chinese economy now is kind of like the U.S. economy in year 3 after our housing crisis. It's an economy that struggles now to generate demand because of the hangover from the property bubble and because households have lost confidence, partially because a lot of people who worked in the property sector no longer have jobs, partially because a lot of properties are not completed, partially because a lot of property developers are bust and people don't have confidence they will get their promised properties, and partially because there's still downward pressure on real estate prices, and that's the biggest asset. And if you remember the US economy, it took us arguably 8 years to get out from our housing crisis. And I think you can argue that the Chinese property housing bubble was bigger. So the economy has relied on stimulus. It's grown a little bit recently because there was a loosening of policy last year when it looked like local government finances were going to drag the economy down. And it has grown because President Xi has directed an enormous amount of credit at the manufacturing sector. So if you look at investment in manufacturing and you plot it against investment in real estate's down, investment in manufacturing is up with basically the same trajectory. And you see that. I mean, China has, since the property bubble burst, it's basically invested to build an electric car industry that is now capable of meeting all Chinese auto demand, 25 million cars a year. That is extraordinary. There's still new steel plants being built in China, even though China has the capacity to make 55 or 60% of the world's steel, and steel demand is going down. That has helped keep the economy up, and because the financial system is very state-controlled, and Liu He, before he became the famous counterpart to Bob Lighthizer in the trade negotiations, was a leading financial figure in China, and he did crack down on the shadow banking system to put the system on a stronger footing. But because it's been state-controlled, it has been able to chug along without a Lehman moment, without any moment of crisis. But it is fundamentally very, very weak. What does this mean for the world? It has meant bad things, I think, for the world, and has meant particularly bad things, to be honest, for Europe. China's getting half its growth, according to the official data from exports. And by that, imports volumes are going down. You see that in the European exports of autos to China going down, but it's across the board. Import volumes are shrinking, which is usually a sign of an economy that's shrinking, but there may be some import substitution. And exports have been doing, and continue, frankly, to do remarkably well. Export volumes were growing between 12 and 15% before the tariffs. They're probably growing 10, 12 now, year over year. That's great. Global trade is growing at 3%. China is doubling or tripling global trade, its global export performance. And that has basically been propping its economy up. But it has meant that any manufacturing economy that needs to sell to the global economy has faced pressure. Particularly, I would say, Europe, some of the manufacturing sectors in the emerging world, a little bit less, actually, the United States, partially because Trump really did protect parts of the US market. We don't have the pressure on our automotive sector because we just don't import cars from China, but also because we're the least export dependent of the major economies. But China's, after being a locomotive for the world economy during the period, particularly for the commodity parts of the global economy, during the period of its property market boom, has become, my view, a straight up drag on the rest of the world's growth.
Thanks.
That made me sound a little bit like Donald Trump, because maybe he has a point on this.
Thanks, Fred. Continuing our sort of grand snapshot tour to get us going, Dan, I'd like you to touch on how you're seeing the security landscape in the Indo-Pacific in a China context. And I mean, with IRI, with its huge global reach and network, what are you seeing in the kind of global dimensions of the competition?
Thanks, Andrew. Congratulations to you and Alexandra and the whole GMF team for this 20th. I was here for number 1. I've missed a few, but congratulations. This is terrific. So the picture in... I'm glad you didn't ask me first about US policy, because I think it's still unclear.
We'll come to that, yeah.
Okay. The picture in Asia is quite interesting. Countries for sure are hedging. US alliance relationships, actually, including under President Biden, and I think from the first Trump administration and continuing on, in many ways, US alliance relationships in Asia have grown stronger. If you look at the actual alliance activity between the US and Philippines, the US and Japan, the US and South Korea, this is very encouraging. US-India strategic ties have grown stronger. Countries are making their own bets. They also, though, I think, are hedging against a world in which America retrenches, which is an instinct not just, I think, of elements in the Trump coalition, but that was there during President Obama's tenure and President Biden's tenure. I worry about the US sending mixed signals that produces a nuclear cascade, that Japan or South Korea feel like they need to develop nuclear weapons for self-help. A great reason for US engagement and leadership is to prevent that kind of outcome, to essentially prevent what happened in Europe before 1945 happening in Asia with kind of arms racing and balancing. China is taking advantage of the current moment. The US is sort of fighting a culture war with itself at the moment. I think we're a little less focused on strategy than we should be. At the same time, the Trump administration, I know we'll have more time to talk about this, they actually want to diminish the US responsibility set in Europe and the Middle East in order precisely to deepen our engagement in the Indo-Pacific to counter the Chinese challenge. The last thing I would say about this for now is that the Chinese challenge is global. It's not a challenge for the United States and its Asian allies to sort out on their own because it's geographically limited. Some of China's greatest penetration in terms of political and economic leverage has occurred in Europe, has also occurred in the Western Hemisphere. So sometimes in talking with European friends, we get the impression that, you know, there's a division of labor, right? The division of labor doesn't work with China because it is very globally ambitious. It is using the full suite of political and economic and ideological instruments to penetrate and insinuate itself into the politics of many, many, many countries, including ones that don't appear hugely strategically significant. That includes right here in Brussels, where it's working very hard to co-opt members of the European Parliament. That includes in many national capitals. China's business proposition is not simply a business proposition. There is a political set of there's a set of political calculations that comes with China's economic engagement, including in Europe. And I know Miriam is very clear-eyed about this. I hope more of our European friends and allies are very clear-eyed about the total Chinese package and why saving 10% or buying this from China rather than making it at home actually produces serious detriment to economic and national security.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you to prod harder on the pivot and the Trump administration question. But Miriam first, exactly to Dan's point, how have you seen the China debate in Europe change in even the last few months in light of the kind of new global context that we're navigating? And how do you see the landscape that everyone's been describing being dealt with now on the European side?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me as well, and thank you for doing this for 20 years. It's very important to have this transatlantic debate on how to handle difficulties in the world and make the transatlantic relations great again. Maybe I will start from a picture from 11 years ago. 11 years ago, after Russia has annexed Crimea, the heads of states of the EU member states have decided that our dependency from Russia, or energy dependency from Russia, is a security and economic threat, and we should lower it. No one took this decision seriously. No one. We built Nord Stream 2. We increased our dependency, energy dependency from Russia. And today, I think it's very relevant to ask if we have done what we agreed to do, what is serving a purpose for serving the citizens of the EU member states, if we would be challenging and if Ukraine will be today against this Russian aggression. And I think this question needs to be asked. Okay, we can say it was a naivety that time with Russia, but I'm afraid we do exactly the same today with China. Exactly the same, and we can no longer call it naivety because we already have an experience failing in knowing what is right and not doing that. Because the heads of states, again, in many resolutions and declarations and conclusions of the summits have declared that our dependency from China is an economic security threat. On the other hand, we have passed lots of legislation to protect our critical infrastructure, to increase our access to critical raw materials, and so on and so on. But the implementation is lacking. I mean, we have the legislation on papers where we do not implement this legislation. We see increase of Chinese investment in our critical infrastructure, and so on and so on. We have, for example, one example, digital infrastructure, 5G. In some countries, 90% is operated by Huawei. We have Finland, which is the only producer, Nokia is the only producer of 5G, and they also have part of the network provided by Huawei. And no one is questioning how and why, and how this is in line with our policies. I didn't want to put the blame on Finland. I just wanted to use this as an example, because we can name many other countries where even Slovakia, where there are more and more Chinese investments, and no one is checking these against the EU law.
On exactly this, I just wondered if you might address two things quickly. I mean, first of all, has the China-Russia context changed and expedited this? Is there a sense that in Europe the vulnerabilities that are present in digital infrastructure and other things, if we're going into a kind of pre-war phase in our thinking about Russia, that having Russia's closest partner build out our infrastructure in this area, has that created a different momentum on the China de-risking, or has it rather been that in recent months people have been so distracted by the other elements of the transatlantic trade battles and things that this isn't yet the case?
I think there was a moment where it created a kind of thinking period at the beginning of the war, which was after COVID, which also kind of show us the dependency on China might be a risk or is a risk. But unfortunately today, among the debate of our economy stagnating, the competitiveness problems, and so on, somehow we fall in the trap that, and I even hear this argument, which logically it's very difficult to capture, that we should deepen our interdependency with China because that would increase our leverage over China. This is the answer of what we are doing at the moment. We see increase of Chinese diplomats circling around the parliament. China has done this maneuver that they have lifted sanctions from the MEPs, which was imposed a couple of years ago. I was one of them, just to create the kind of friendly atmosphere and practically capture us in thinking, okay, I mean, they have lifted the sanctions, maybe they have changed their attitude. When the sanctions were lifted, I said that I want to be invited to the Tiananmen Square to live flowers to the victims. In that case, in that moment, I will understand that China means it seriously, that they have lifted the sanctions, that they practically realize that what we were saying in terms of human rights, the worsening situation of human rights, in terms of their pressure on Taiwan, in terms of increasing the risk, and in terms of illegal pressure on our economies, that it was right.
Brad, I want to jump to you actually before I pivot back to Dan, and then Desmond to kind of give a framing comment on how he's seeing some of these discussions on the US-European side. But we've just had these talks in Lancaster House in London. We saw the announcement this afternoon from Trump. I wonder if you can make sense of where you're now seeing the US-China, not just trade dynamics, but of course this interesting additional layer of seeing export controls explicitly up for negotiation. And from a European perspective, of course, there's been the question of whether there will be a China component in any US-EU deal with an economic security component. And then the question of, therefore, what is the US-China policy, economic security, trade framework that the Europeans would be aligning with if that's the case?
Well, it seems like we're winning so much that the American people are going to be begging us to stop winning because we just can't take it anymore. Isn't this the best deal that America has ever struck with China? I don't think there's any there. The U.S. overshot on the tariffs. It went to 145 without thinking about it. It discovered, shock of all shocks, that we rely on China for some subset of critical inputs and then for a pleasant holiday season. We are almost 100% dependent on samarium, which is used for fighter jet radars, and for artificial Christmas trees on China. Both were matters of great importance to different parts of the American public. And frankly, I think the deal was the U.S. walked back, and since China has said that their tariffs were only in response to our tariffs, they walked their tariffs back. China did a pretty good job over the past 5 or 6 years in anticipating and preparing for a new trade war. So they developed a set of tools that were beyond the tools that they deployed in 18 and 19, leverage points. One, just as an example, not taking delivery of Boeing aircraft. Not giving orders is a classic Chinese tactic, but not taking delivery, that was new. Now that one didn't have that big of an impact because neither Airbus nor Boeing can supply enough aircraft to meet demand right now. There were other takers. But China has developed and it consolidated state control over the rare earths industry and developed a system of export controls very much modeled on the American system of export controls around its control of rare earth materials and permanent magnets that it rolled out and used in a way that gave it leverage. And so I think for the first time, the US has entered into a negotiation over export controls, which historically the US has been unwilling to do. Export controls are matters of national security. We don't negotiate national security with our adversaries. My guess is we've just changed that. Is there something that Europe can align with? I don't think so, because I don't think there's anything that is truly coherent right now in the US approach. Moreover, I don't think it is clear that the US at this moment in time, and to be clear, I think this is a horribly mistaken policy, but I don't think the Trump administration is negotiating with Europe to get alignment on policy towards China. I think they are negotiating with Europe to get acceptance for a higher level of tariffs on Europe and to get some additional sweeteners that Trump can sell as a victory, particularly since he doesn't seem to have gotten anything meaningful out of this negotiation with China, other than maybe acceptance of some tariffs.
Dan, do you agree with that? Because, one of the questions on the European side has been, there's a US consensus that is emerging on China. This will lock in even with the Trump administration. There's going to be some core areas where there's real continuity on all of this. And so there's a long-term bet in the transatlantic relationship on something that looks like a China strategy with important modulations, but basically a roughly similar framework. In your initial comments, you seem to suggest that, yes, that was the case. Some of the anxiety on the European side about this being a spheres of influence world and US-China deals and things was misplaced, that it was a hard pivot to the Indo-Pacific that we should be focusing on. Are you saying that the Europeans, despite some of these modulations, the underlying trajectory with the Trump administration is clear?
It's not clear. Here's the thing. In the last session, which was very interesting, there was a debate about multipolarity v. unipolarity. Is the US in decline? Who's rising? The US share of global GDP in 1980 was 25%. The US share of global GDP in 2025 is 25%. China's rise has come out of the hides of Europe and Japan in particular. Now there's a rise of the rest phenomenon here as well that includes India and Southeast Asia and the Gulf states. But in just relative terms, the losers from China's ascendancy have actually not been the United States, just in terms of the numbers. It's been the other big industrial economies. So I think from a European perspective, there is a self-interest in Europe in aligning with the United States. The West and our allies, Japan, Australia, etc., produce over 2/3 of global GDP. We control valuable technology and economic and geographic and energy resources. Together, we can outcompete China any day of the week, right? I don't think we should try to do it separately, however. The Chinese would like us to make a bunch of separate pieces with them. This has been their strategy in Europe for many years, which is what produced the 16+1 and some of the fracturing. I don't think any of us want to take on the Chinese juggernaut alone, whether that's with respect to trade and investment, whether that's with respect to technology, whether that's with respect to supply chains. We have inordinate strategic advantages when we work together. And so my sort of gentle critique of Washington right now would be, our allies are our great source of strength. Our Chinese adversary understands that, which is why they have a policy of dividing us from our allies. They have a very concerted strategy of dividing us. If every country tries to go out and run a trade negotiation with China to try to get the best little deal it can get for itself, I don't think we succeed. Now, China has significant liabilities. Desmond mentioned them. I would just like to point out in the AI race, it was recently the 36th anniversary of Tiananmen Square. The Chinese internet and AI algorithms censored the numbers 6 and 4 in the run-up to Tiananmen Square. I'm sure you grew up in Hong Kong. If you looked up umbrella or sunflower, which are the names of two revolutions in Hong Kong, you would not be able to find those terms. I'm very interested in the prospect that China is going to outcompete us as long as we believe in the fundamentals of free enterprise and free institutions, and China runs a totalitarian project that prevents free information from flowing, including within its own country.
Desmond, when you hear this kind of snapshot on the US and European side, what do you think people are not getting? Where do you see the weaknesses? And I mean, you've been in a number of the people in the Trump administration as well. You've testified on the Hill. You know the US side, and you're based in Europe now. You have a good overview of that. What do you think people, back to your initial presentation, your opening comments, what do you think the most important things on US and European policy that people are not internalizing yet?
I think two things come to mind. One is, I mean, I have a lot of European friends. I mean, it seems to me a lot of time the European lost sight. There is fundamental governance and value differences between the Communist Party China and the West. Fundamental difference. It's, a lot of time Europeans seems like, oh, they just have a different perspective. No, it's not different perspective. It's fundamental difference. And then if they can take control of the world, you will be living in a world you would not be living in. And a lot of times, I think European doesn't realize that. I think on the tech side, I think one thing is very, very interesting is because the West in general has an open society. Many people still believe the world should be flat, or was flat, no longer flat, but it should go back to be flat. And then as a result, the Chinese can learn or catch up in a very, very fast way. Yes, they cannot they cannot out-innovate the West because your value system, because your academic, because your freedoms and your freedom of speech, and they cannot out-compete or innovate you. But because you have an open system, they can take what you have invented and then learn from you very, very fast. And so they can close the gap, and they have been closing the gap. We have all seen that. But at the same time, because of the huge manufacturing base and efficiency and cost issue they have, they close the gap. They cannot overtake you. They're incapable of doing that, maybe ever. But they have this massive advantage in manufacturing capability in terms of cost and efficiency. And then they can produce a lot of it. And then so in the longer term or in a competition, which one will win? I mean, the one who has the most advanced tech or the ones has good enough, but I have a massive scale and cost advantage? Which one will win? I'm not so sure.
I'd like to go to the floor now for some questions if there's mics. I see starting here in the front row. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Tara Hariharan. I'm a GMF trustee. My question pertains to the subject of Chinese overcapacity. Brad sort of referred to it tangentially, but it seems to be that China overproducing many things, especially in the manufacturing sector, has led to a series of ills. We can talk about it from the geopolitical perspective. We can argue that President Trump and the Europeans aside are concerned about this overcapacity being dumped on their economies. And at home as well, this rather dramatic shift of resources towards one direction of the economy at the expense of the consumer is probably also not just contributing to social discontent, but it's also causing deflation. You've got many of the Chinese platform companies in heavy competition with each other because of this overcapacity. So my basic question, and maybe it's primarily directed towards Desmond and Brad, why is China doubling down on overcapacity Why isn't it? I know that there's sort of this entrenched belief that welfareism is not a good idea, and maybe some efforts like the West has done to try to support the consumer are not quite palatable in China. But in terms of strengthening social safety nets or ensuring employment, when you do have fiscal space in China, why are they doubling down on manufacturing overcapacity rather than trying to shore up the consumer? Thank you.
Thank you. And one more here in the second row.
Hi, Michał Baranowski with the Polish Ministry of Economy. Question to Dan, maybe. So, do you think that the current U.S. policy incentivizes Europeans to cooperate with U.S. on China? And what advice would you give the governments to speak to the U.S. administration on this? Thanks.
All right, I'll come back to the panel now. I'd also like, that was one of the questions I was going to ask you initially, Miriam. You were in DC for some of these conversations quite recently as well with some interesting people in the administration on this. So if you can take that one, and Dan, but if we can begin with both of you touching on the overcapacity question. Maybe Desmond to start.
I think the overcapacity question is actually I think you need to take into the traditional history into perspective. So from day one, the founding of this China in 1949, what's Mao said? Well, Mao stand on a Tiananmen Square and look out and say, well, if we have Cheney, if I can see Cheney across Beijing, I will be very happy. I mean, he actually say that, and that's so that's their perspective, like of industrialization and all that. So, and then especially since '78, the catch-up. The catch-up and also like how the country grow up and then internal wealth and everything is by investing heavily into manufacturing. So there is a culture and history and tradition of that. And then together with that, why it's so hard for them to snap out is their entire bureaucracy infrastructure is built around that. So certain ministry, everything need approvals of multiple approvals from Chinese government, right? In my book I wrote about, I did a project, I need 163 approval and 163 seals. So the bureaucracy is built in such that they have an intrinsic interest of keeping the system, because I'm a bureaucrat, I'm sitting on this, I'm giving this approval. There's a lot of self-interest in that. So that infrastructure has been built over decades. So if you even besides Chinese government never thought about prioritizing the general public in the welfare, that's just philosophical issue. It's just that the infrastructure, the bureaucratic infrastructure, just built over the decades. It's very hard to change. It's very hard to move. And that, I think, is very, very important. It's not just one person or one, Xi Jinping switching his mind. It's like the entire infrastructure of the bureaucratic infrastructure doesn't support that. It's built for a different purpose, and it's continuing on.
Brad, any other comments to that?
You can make an argument that Chinese overcapacity reflects the decentralization of Chinese government. Every province, every city wants its own steel mill, wants its own EV company, wants its own solar PV photovoltaic factory, and the net effect is that China builds more capacity than its domestic market can absorb, and the most successful companies sort of go out. You can also make an argument that Chinese overcapacity reflects centralized policy decisions. President Xi has at times been fairly explicit that overcapacity that gives China control over the productive inputs of key sectors creates leverage, that he wants a fully autonomous Chinese manufacturing supply chain. And if that means that China is overproducing, so be it. It's a tool of national power. It is the most important national priority is to catch up in all sectors without creating or giving up leverage points in old sectors. And so when you combine those two impulses, I do think you get a set of problems for the world, problems that, in my view at least, are augmented by the fact that China's own internal economy is weak, China's exchange rate is weak, so it is very hard for market economies to compete against this surge in production.
Okay, both of you to close out then on the transatlantic question. Miriam first from Mikhail.
Yes, I was in the US two weeks ago with a delegation of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, which is a kind of informal platform for members from different parliaments across the world, mainly democratic parliaments, which see China as a threat and risk. And the debate was mainly, I think the message maybe is not that clear, especially when we listen to President Trump, but the message from the US is that if Europe will come with a proposal where we can address China together, that will be a kind of good negotiating point of view on the tariffs too. And I see there vast possibilities like working on the access to critical raw materials, working on digital security, security of data, genomic security, and so on, cybersecurity. And I think this should be part of the discussion of tariffs. And especially critical raw materials, when we see now today the cutting of the export and the possible impact when China is using our dependency very clearly. I think this is the area where we need to discuss. I hope this will be also discussed at the NATO summit as a part of the dual-use purposes investments, because I believe the critical raw materials should be part of the dual-use. So that's one part of the story. The other part of the story is, I think it's very important that US understands that we cannot kind of divide the problems that Europe, you deal with Russia, and we will deal with China. Because the axis of evil, which is growing, is a threat, and we have to address it together. After all, China is enabling Russia to wage the aggression against Ukraine, and we have to see it. They are partners in the war, and we have to address both together. And I think this is the very clear message which I believe needs to be understood across Atlantic.
Dan, to wrap us up.
It's a great message. Michael, it's much easier not to be in government and to offer suggestions than I know it is to fly to Washington and try to execute on them. Look, everyone here needs to understand the China equation is not simply one for the United States to manage in kind of a military sense. The Chinese Communist Party wants to overthrow the world that the West built. They want to make it impossible for us to enjoy freedom of speech and assembly, not just in China, but all over the world. That's why they sanctioned Miriam and me personally. I'm very flattered to be 2 out of your 5 up here have been sanctioned by the Chinese Communist Party. What does Europe need to do? Europeans need to, I think, help publicly redefine the contest as one that is a contest of technology, of innovation, and of ideology. Europe has a lot to offer in that competition. What this means is that I think, given the current moment in Washington, Europeans should come to Washington with an offer, right? Take the initiative, demonstrate agency, say we can help you manage Chinese power and China's attempt to overthrow the world order that America and its European allies built. That's a much longer conversation, but President Trump likes to make deals. He likes leverage. We have enormous leverage when we are together as transatlantic allies. And remember, we also have lots of Asian allies in the Quad and AUKUS, et cetera. So let's create leverage. Let's work together. And let's make sure that Europe does not become more dependent on China, which makes Europe a less relevant strategic partner for the United States.
Thanks very much. And I'm afraid with that, though, I'd have loved to take more questions and cover more topics. That wraps up our panel. Huge thanks to all of our speakers. If you can give everyone a round. Now, before everyone goes, we're actually just about to do an additional session. Over the next 2 days, you will see a series of very short spotlights that we're doing with GMF experts and alumni. Please join me right now in welcoming the first of these, welcoming to the stage Dr. Claudia Mayor, Senior Vice President of GMF, for the first of the spotlight sessions. Okay.
Thank you. So, thanks a lot for staying and for having that interest in transatlantic security and defense. And I have to say, I'm really, really delighted to be here. But I'm also a bit nervous because it's my first Brussels forum as a GMFer. I joined GMF 3 months ago, so it's a really different way of being here than when you just join as a guest. And in the same time, I think there's no better time to join GMF and to work on transatlantic security than now. If there's a topic that matters in the moment, it's transatlantic security and defense, or to put it in easier words, is how to keep the transatlantic house on those issues together. So my ambition in GMF with the team here at GMF is to increase our work on transatlantic security and defense. And I'm convinced that we here at GMF, we have 3 unique advantages to really make that work. And the first is that we are truly transatlantic. Our ambition is to bridge the Atlantic. Our headquarters is in DC, and we have many offices here in Europe. So we really are this transatlantic bridge that helps to understand each other. But in the same time, we are not only transatlantic, we are pan-European. My team is working in Warsaw, in Berlin. We have offices in Bucharest and in Paris. So we actually offer the view from many, many places in Europe. And this is a really unique wealth in terms of analysis. Our first publication of this new transatlantic security program really reflected that. It was about the coalition of the willing for Ukraine, how it is seen in the transatlantic sphere, how is it seen from European capitals, and what we can make of it. So it really reflects that transatlantic and pan-European dimension, this character we have at GMF. Make sure you check out on our website. You will find it there. This analysis coming from both the US and Europe. And the second is, so the first is we are transatlantic and pan-European. The second is that we are able to link convening with content. You are here at the Brussels Forum. It's a unique place where we bring together our expertise, the convening power, and we create the space for new ideas. So I think this is something that really makes us a wonderful and a unique place. And the third is that we benefit from all the various thinking in GMF. We have people working on tech, on defense, and competitiveness, on trade questions. And we are able to link this all together to offer a multifaceted analysis. And I think we need all that in defense and in security, in transatlantic security and defense. Because the question we are all wondering about in a more positive or more negative way is, how do we actually maintain that alliance that has been the life insurance for European allies, that kept us together, and that allowed us to actually be a vibrant alliance. And if you think about transatlantic security and defense, the questions we would like to answer in my team concern the very basic question of how can we defend Europe as a transatlantic alliance. So we look at leadership formats, who can lead defense together with the US. What are the capabilities that we need now and in the future, from the conventional to the nuclear realm? What industrial sphere do we need? How to have a healthy, future-oriented, competitive industrial base? So it's all about how can we, as a transatlantic alliance, continue to defend Europe and the alliance. And the second set of questions we are wondering about is about regional and functional security orders. How do we deal with the changing nuclear order? How do we deal with the Chinese buildup? How can we adapt nuclear deterrence to the next century? How do we link the Indo-Pacific and the European theaters? How do we deal with hybrid threats? And the focus on that second set of questions is the Arctic region, the Arctic that links the Atlantic and the Pacific and is a critical area for geostrategic competition. So I'm particularly delighted that one of the first things we did was to launch an Arctic task force where we particularly look at stability, at threats, at solutions, and how allies can work together. So it's about defending Europe, it's about securing functional and security order, and it's particularly about the future. It's about the future of conflict. How can we as a transatlantic alliance combine forces, think about the future of conflict scenarios to expect preparedness, and how we integrate technologies in our future defense activities. So make sure you follow our work on the GMF website, on LinkedIn, on X, on Blue Sky. There's more to come. We just started, but I think there's no better moment to work on transatlantic defense. Thank you. So I'm looking to my colleagues to take over.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Helene Cooper, Pentagon correspondent of the New York Times and GMF trustee, and Ambassador Matthew Whitaker, permanent representative, U.S. Mission to NATO.
European clap, golf clap.
Hello. So we're starting late. Does that mean we get we don't get extra time? Never mind. Thank you so much for joining us, and thanks a lot for agreeing to come to Brussels Forum, sir.
I was here anyway, so.
Still, you're already one of the most accessible members of this administration.
Thank you.
And you've been here since early April, right?
April 2nd.
I saw the video that your team put on Facebook to the Avengers music as you're walking into the office. Yeah. It was very menacing.
Yeah, you know, that was one of the great things that I realized when I arrived here. I mean, it was, you know, to get through Senate confirmation, that's singular focus on that. Then you get confirmed, and literally I got confirmed, and I was on the plane with Secretary Rubio that night. Arriving in Brussels with, you know, a carry-on bag essentially to take this job as, you know, the permanent representative to NATO for the United States, and I really lucked into just a top-notch team at the U.S. mission, and just on all fronts, whether it's the social media team, whether it's, you know, the political team, or whether it's the military team. It was extraordinary, and. So it was, I was very lucky, and they, you know, obviously they don't have much to work with, so they make me look good.
Well, I'm sure that's not that hard. So you walk into Brussels and into this top job representing the Trump administration at a time where President Trump had sort of flipped the transatlantic alliance with his backing away from saying that Russia is the aggressor in the Ukraine war. Everybody is freaked out. How freaked out have they been?
You didn't mention Pete Hegseth in February.
I'm not even going to get into Pete Hegseth, but just what was the response? How much of your time are you spending doing reassuring and trying to calm people down?
You know, I think Secretary Ruta, Secretary General Ruta says it best. You know, how many more members of the United States government need to say that the United States is a part of NATO to stay, and we're not going anywhere? You know, we just need the Europeans to step up, to equalize, and to, you know, be a great partner in the transatlantic alliance. And so, you know, I mean, obviously there's some reassurance. I mean, you know, it happens just because the United States is the world's only superpower. And at the same time, you know, as the world's only superpower
Right now.
currently, right now, I know we are engaging in probably a centuries-long strategic competition with China, and that's going to take resources, and that's why, you know, we're making sure that this alliance is strong, that it's built for not only the current threats but future threats. But you know what I always say, and what I tell our allies is, you know, we need allies. The United States cannot go alone into this very dangerous world, ever increasingly dangerous. And so we need our allies. But we need allies that are capable, that are strong as well, and that can join the fight if a fight breaks out. Now, you know, the nice thing, and the thing I think instead of reassurance that we need to remind our adversaries is that NATO is a defensive alliance. We are not built for offensive, and we have no consideration of offensive capabilities. We are solely to defend every single inch of the alliance, and to make sure that through that deterrence and through that strength of all allies, that we can then deter and have the peace for another, you know, century here on the continent.
But I think everybody listening to you right now, you mentioned the sort of seminal threat from China, and China is a big adversary. But this is Europe.
Yep.
They care about Russia here.
They do.
You
They
haven't
should.
mentioned Russia as
No.
an adversary, and this administration has sort of veered a little bit away from that.
Yeah, I've been unafraid.
How are you navigating that when you're here, and that's
Yeah.
the big threat?
Well, I agree. For the Euro-Atlantic Alliance, the biggest threat, the biggest challenge is Russia. There's no doubt about that. I mean, they invaded Ukraine. I'm not afraid to say that. And so if you're on the eastern flank, if you're in the Baltics, or if you're Estonia, or if you're Finland, quite frankly, that has almost 1,000-mile border with Russia, you know, that is looking you right every day, right in the face, and you understand that threat that Russia poses, especially since they invaded Ukraine and what they did in Georgia, and there's several, you know, acts of aggression that they have promulgated. So, but at the same time, you know, that's the Euro-Atlantic, and what we need to encourage people is to we'll address that. We're going to all get stronger. We're, you know, through this new Hague defense commitment that we expect in less than 2 weeks now. You know, good Lord willing. You know, it's great being a part of a consensus organization. Let me tell you that. Consensus means everybody, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit like a marriage. But, you know, in all seriousness, you know, we are encouraging our NATO allies to work with us to address, you know, the Euro-Atlantic threats, but also the global threats. And that's why we have Indo-Pacific partners. That's why we have an alliance that I think is dynamic, that is agile, and that can adjust. And that's, you know, I'm always heartened when I came here and I realized that a lot of the spade work and raising the concerns about China, how they, you know, what they do to economies, what they do with their Belt and Road Initiative, all of those issues had been sold, you know, by the previous Trump administration and even by the Biden administration, who carried on that work here in Europe and at NATO. And so, you know, I think there's, you know, the ground is pretty fertile to understand that you know, Russia is the near threat, but China is obviously a big challenge for all of us, and we need to be allied again, you know, and address those threats as well.
So moving on to the Hague summit then. I went into journalism because I sucked at math, so please excuse my bad...
Same reason I went into law.
Yeah. Please excuse my bad math, but this 5% GDP for defense spending goal, which is the big deliverable that we're looking at for the NATO summit, a lot of this feels to me like smoke and mirrors, because it's not really 5%, it's 3.5%.
That's absolutely not true. It is 5%. And one of the things...
But that's like you're calling defense spending, you know, building a road or something.
If you can't get tanks from Spain and Germany to the eastern flank to address, you know, a security challenge because the bridges can't handle the weight, that is defense spending. Let's all agree, if a World War III breaks out on the European continent, what's the first shot? Is it going to be Russian tanks invading Poland, or is it going to be a cyber attack on one of our allies, or a challenge on some infrastructure, or taking out something like that? That's why we have to take a broader. It's nobody said 5% on NATO defense capability targets. I mean, it was always, we need to spend 5% on defense. And defense, I think everybody would agree. In fact, General Cavoli has recently said this to all of our allies, that we need this broader spending because the enablement, the roads and bridges, the train tracks, all of these things aid in the fight. And so they are defense related. And it's not a grab bag. I said this in Estonia a couple of weeks ago. This 5%, and especially the 1.5% on defense related spending, is not a grab bag that everybody can put all of their sort of spending into. This is stuff that helps the hardcore defense capabilities actually get to the fight and sustain the fight and make sure that our infrastructure is hardened and all the types of things that we need to invest in as well.
So in the negotiations leading up to this, then, are you putting, where are we on a date, a target for when they would have to do this? Are you going to put anything in there about making sure people don't, or do you care whether people backload it like they did the 2%, where everybody's finally getting there? It took quite some time to get there. And
yeah, we have to, and we cannot have another Wales pledge. Obviously, the hockey stick that has happened, and where we just have countries announcing this year, 11 years since the Wales pledge, to reach the 2%. We just can't have that. And so there are, we're in the middle of negotiating this statement. In fact, we had a very constructive meeting this morning where we talked about these topics with all the allies. We have to have incremental progress. And the reason it's not anything like the Wales pledge is because you already see folks investing now. Since President Trump was elected in 2017, you've seen almost $1 trillion spent, and you've seen a lot of money spent, especially since Russia invaded in 2022 Ukraine, and really in the last year, you've seen dramatic and increased defense spending, and that needs to be sustained. Now, we need to prevent inflation. If we have all this money pouring in to limited availability capabilities, there's a real risk that we get less bang for our buck because of inflation, and so we need to make sure that it's incremental, that it's measured, but it's sustained. And so all of these pieces and parts, are being negotiated. The Secretary General Rutte said it over the weekend, I think, in London at Chatham House. He said that all the intelligence suggests that the Russian military could reconstitute in 5 years or less. And to your point, our European allies are telling us that Russia is the biggest threat to the alliance, and so that's what's driving this timeline. But obviously, budgets drive this timeline as well. Political realities drive this timeline as well.
But on that point, then, at the same time that we're acknowledging that Russia could reconstitute in 5 years, and Rutte did say this at Chatham House. The Trump administration.
Which is weird to see a public Chatham House, by the way.
I didn't understand that either, to tell you the truth. And I can't believe I sound like such a nerd going around saying things like Chatham House. But anyway.
Trust me, I'm from Des Moines, Iowa.
This is all coming at a time you're acknowledging that Russia is going to reconstitute in 5 years and prove a huge threat to NATO. But the U.S. is talking about drawing down its troop presence in Europe.
Not true.
That's
not true. That is not what the United States is saying. We're saying that we always do a defense posture review, and that we are working with our European allies to make sure that there's no security gaps, that there's no surprises, and that if we do have to move capabilities because of the forced posture of the United States of America, that we'll work with our European allies to make sure that they can backfill that and make the alliance even stronger. And so. I don't think it is a foregone conclusion that the troops in the United States troops in Europe is necessarily going to change, but this is something we're always going to look at as to how we're deployed and base it on our threats. Every country does that. Great Britain just went through a similar process and decided they needed to spend a lot more money on their defense. So I'm sorry to push back, but I just think that
you are.
I don't like that.
I'm sure people here are relieved to hear you say that. And then a draft, continuing on the NATO summit, Bloomberg's already seen a draft of this, which they had a story this morning. It's one page only at this point. It's devoid of a lot of things, including any mention of Ukraine's eventual accession or path to NATO. Is that something that's been pushed by the Trump administration to strip all of that out?
I mean, we're in the middle of negotiations. I'm not sure that, to the extent that Bloomberg, does have a previous draft of the statement, I'm sure after today and the discussions have been going on, it's different. Because again, we're a consensus organization, and so all 32 allies have to agree on this statement.
But what would the United States be comfortable with NATO saying about eventual Ukraine accession at this summit?
I don't know if we will say. I mean, I'm not certain that's in, or I don't. Again,
because 2 years it was in the summit last time.
I understand, and I also think that that on the Ukraine topic, to some extent, we need to make sure with the ongoing peace discussions that are or ceasefire discussions that are ongoing, that we provide enough space for the president and his team to negotiate whatever resolution of that is. So I don't know what the final statement will contain regarding Ukraine and joining NATO or not. I think there are probably some allies right now that would not support that. But again, that's another thing that has to have all 32 allies. What I've been clear about is that I don't think Russia should have a voice in that. I don't think they should, have a veto power. I think that should be up to the 32 allies to decide whether or not. But what I do know is that Ukraine is probably, for the near term and the long term, is going to be a significant defense capabilities manufacturer for the alliance. Because
we're learning so much from them. I mean,
the innovation is incredible.
This is a classroom,
a classroom on how to kill people, but yes, it's.
But it's a classroom on how to wage war in this.
Right.
What about the role of Zelensky at the summit? Is he going to meet? Were you guys talking about him meeting with Trump? And if so, are you going to keep JD Vance away?
Well, I mean, JD's a friend of mine. I don't think he's expected to attend the summit. But at the same time, I think it's been reported that Zelensky's going to be there in some capacity, and I think that we're all just making sure. Again, this is all 32 allies have to agree as to how that participation and what it looks like. But I mean, I know he's going to be at the G7 is what I understand, and I think we'll all get we'll get enough Zelensky at both those events to satisfy, I think, what everybody needs and wants, which is, I think there is no doubt right now that, with a hot land war in Europe, that European security is on the top of mind of all of us. And making sure that we get this right, making sure that the NATO alliance is strong, that it's capable, and that it's, quite frankly, lethal, is again the number one priority. And so when you talk about, I want to go back to the statement. One of the things that I've been trying to argue for is, I think if we're talking about sort of a factory reset of NATO, of getting NATO back to being a defense and deterrence alliance, that should be simple. That's blocking and tackling. As an old college football player, American football, sorry. As blocking and tackling, the basics, and we're trying to get back to the basics of this alliance, which is the blocking and tackling of the alliance, which is defense and deterrence.
We've got 3.5 minutes left,
Really?
so let's do a lightning.
We can go much longer if you want.
Yeah, they won't like that. Let's do a lightning round.
Okay.
Military aid to Ukraine. All of the PDA, most of the PDA that the Biden administration put in place before President Trump came into office is going to be expiring by the end of the summer.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on whether Trump should be going back to, whether the United States, whether the president should be going back to Congress on more military aid, particularly air defenses, because that's something that Ukraine really needs that the United States can provide?
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know. I mean, I think that it's going to ultimately be up to the Congress. You know, if the
But not if the president doesn't.
with this slim of margins, I mean, I watch this, you know, very carefully, you know, and how few votes they have in the House, and how hard it was to pass the big beautiful bill, and how it's
80 senators right now are backing Lindsey Graham's bill.
That's on sanctions. That is not on aid.
It's not on
so
aid
yeah,
to
those are
Ukraine,
two different
but
things.
those are the same people that would most likely. I think it's, but and it does require. There is such a thing as presidential leadership. It is going to require.
There is, but I mean, he can't do it alone. I mean, this is, you know, to some extent, it's. I think they're going to have to. We're going to have to see where we are, how kind of peace negotiations are going, and I think that's all just going to be trying to predict the future, and that's, you know, one of the things I've learned through my 3 times through, you know, the federal government now, is that you know, it's very hard to predict the future, and so I just don't know where that's going to land when it, you know, when it comes up. I guess it's coming up in August. I think that's when the last one was passed anyway. And I just don't know. And again, that's a political question that's ultimately up to the Congress to pass.
But you present your advice to the president on,
Sure.
on this matter, and this is something that you have to be hearing every single day as you go on about your work as the U.S. ambassador to NATO. So where do you stand on this?
Well, I mean, nobody cares where Matt Whitaker stands on this, to be honest with you. What I would tell the president is, if we truly believe that we expect Europe to take over the conventional defense of the European continent, then they should certainly take over, you know, the lion's share of, you know, providing aid to Ukraine and their fight.
But Europe has stepped up and is continuing to step up there. But on air defenses, which Ukraine is, I mean, when you look at what happened, Russia has just retaliated with a huge, another big drone attack. I mean, that's something that's definitely that's a need in the here and now.
Yeah, and these are ongoing conversations. You know, what the United States can provide and who pays for it are sometimes two different questions. So I think we're going to, you know, continue to have those important discussions. United States will continue to be a good ally and a good partner, and we're just going to have to, you know, kind of each one of these, you know, tactical decisions are going to have to be made when they're ready to be made.
So in my 15 seconds, I have one last question.
Yeah.
What did you think of the Ukrainian drone attack on Russia's strategic warplanes a couple of weeks ago? All these guys at the Pentagon were pretty much cheering quietly. And even President Trump, we hear, said to aides that he thought it was, quote, badass. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think on the one hand, I think it was creative. Obviously, you know, the way it was planned and executed was impressive. I think at the same time, when you're going after a country's nuclear, you know, capabilities and potentially one of their, you know, survivable, you know, their keys to survivability and deterrence, that's always dangerous. And you sometimes never know how that's going to turn out. And so, you know, I think on the one hand, it was badass. On the other hand, I think it was also, you know, a little bit reckless and a little bit dangerous. And that's what makes me nervous. But at the same time, you know,
But they have been under attack by Russia.
They've been under a 3-year war where they were invaded. And so I think you should expect they're going to do things like this for their survivability. And so, you know, this is why we have to end this war. It boils down to very simply that the killing must stop, the slaughter must stop. You know, the needless loss of life that's happening on the battlefield on both sides, and the civilians that are also, you know, being killed and injured. It has to end, and I think we need to do everything we can to create the environment that leads to that ceasefire and ultimately, you know, a lasting peace.
And we have to end. I'm being yelled at now by that screen back there.
It's flashing. That's not good.
Ambassador Whitaker, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank
We're really
you.
happy to have you.
Enjoyed it. Thank you.
MMF and GMF have been on my radar for quite some time.
With GMF, what I thought was great about the Marshall Memorial Fellowship was the focus on transatlantic relations.
So I'm excited because I think there is a really strong thread with all of the folks in our cohort.
So much inspiration coming from all the
fellows.
And it's a great opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, definitely.
I feel like this program is a great way for me to take the theoretical knowledge and the experiences that I've had from the US and to really be able to experience Europe live.
We've been really focused on preparing ourselves for the trip ahead.
We're starting off my group in France, and then we're going to Armenia and Athens, and then obviously ending in Brussels. I'm visiting Portland, Oregon. I'm visiting Lexington, Kentucky, Baltimore, Maryland.
It's good that they keep on engaging the fellows throughout the year and not just the travel phase, even though of course that's the highlight.
I think this morning was really nice, sort of like a rapid fire half an hour with each of the experts on their different topic.
The people you can hear, like Bonnie Glaser, you hear her on NPR and all of a sudden she's in front of you and explaining the work that she does. It was this amazing feeling.
I think part of my expectations, and I guess it's already happening, is transformation.
I hope to bring, new solutions, because being a mayor is resolving people's problems.
I mean, I think for me, like, we don't experience life alone. I don't think we experience our careers alone. So ultimately, all this is about collective action.
I strongly believe in a dialogue, in ideas being exchanged. And I think the GMF is the perfect place for this.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the head of public sector of Ipsos and German Marshall Fund Marshall Memorial Fellow, Mr. John Burstler.
Thank you. Well, howdy. I'm John Burstler. I live in Washington now, but I'm originally from Texas, if you couldn't tell from the howdy, and so I'll throw a little bit of howdies and y'alls in there. But as I think about 20 years of the Brussels Forum, if you think back to 2005 and where you were at the time, I just got home from Operation Iraqi Freedom, so a full year deployment as a Marine in combat in Iraq. And like I would like to think the business end of bad foreign policy, and I think a lot of folks would agree at that time. And instead of coming home and talking to my mom about my feelings, I decided to backpack Europe, like a lot of young people do. And as you can imagine, being a young man, a young Marine who had just come home from Iraq, and being from Texas, where George Bush was from, it was everybody wanted to ask me what I felt about everything and how I wanted to engage. And that was kind of my first experience with what GMF really defines as citizen diplomacy, where you're able to have a consistent dialogue, a productive dialogue with folks from around the world and really agree on some things. After I got out of the military, I did what a lot of folks do, tried to find that next level of service. So I went and served on Capitol Hill as a legislative staffer for a couple of years. Then I went home to Houston, where I worked for the mayor of Houston, two mayors of Houston, where that was where I was engaged with the German Marshall Fund and was nominated to become a Marshall Memorial Fellow. I traveled to Europe again, engaging in citizen diplomacy in 2011. Several members of my class were just incredible, leaders. One later became the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission. The other is the current mayor of Denver, Colorado, Mike Johnston. Like, amazing people. And really having those conversations all over again 6 years later was just such an incredible experience, and bring those lessons that I learned from European NGOs and media and local government leaders back to my community really helped advance my career. And then I got disengaged for a few years until 2015 when GMF started advertising these things called alumni projects, where you pick something to work on with a European Marshall Fellow as a counterpart. And so we started looking at military to civilian transition systems in the UK and Denmark. And then I met one of the first Ukrainian Marshall Fellows in 2016 when he came through Houston, Igor Goncharenko, to visit on his Marshall Memorial Fellowship. And he asked me for some personal time to meet as one of his 4-hour blocks when they didn't have any other meetings, which I thought was strange. I'm like, why do you want to meet with me, Igor? He's like, well, we've been fighting in the Donbass 2016, and about 400,000 young men and women have answered the call to serve, and we don't have any infrastructure for helping them make that sometimes difficult transition from military to civilian life. Can you help? And I was like, yes, let's do an alumni project. So then we were invited to Torino, where we had a transatlantic leadership retreat. And I remember like looking over the Alps, the Italian Alps, and pitching, Igor and I pitching to a crowd just like this, full of transatlantic enthusiasts, right? And we won the pitch competition to invest a sum to help Ukraine build what is now their Ministry of Veterans Affairs, the first of its kind in Europe, and now more important than ever, the mission of that organization. So we hosted a summit in Kyiv in 2018 that really brought a bunch of NATO leaders together and subject matter experts to talk through this formation of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, citizen diplomacy once again. And the ministry was created by the Rada in 2019. Year after that, right before COVID, I brought the former Secretary of VA from the States, Bob McDonald, who is the chairman and CEO of Procter & Gamble, of all companies before that, President Obama's secretary, and he began mentoring the new Minister of Veterans Affairs. And that has really led to me in my own career being nominated, and I served 4 years in the Biden administration as an assistant secretary at our Department of Veterans Affairs. So now I'm back in the private sector, back engaging in citizen diplomacy as a Marshall Fellow, but also working in public opinion and polling research at Ipsos, which is a Paris-based company, but running some of our operations in Washington, D.C. And really, citizen diplomacy, in my view, is more important now than it ever has been. And Marshall Fellows, the German Marshall Fund and its mission is more important now than ever as we continue to build that transatlantic relationship. So come and find us, whoever has, if anyone will raise their hands who are Marshall Fellows or Tilm or Manfred Werner Seminar Fellows. I know you're out there. Come and find us and learn more about the programming. Thank you so much for having me, and see y'all later.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Dr. Claudia Mayor and her panelists.
There she is.
Probably here because I have the phone.
Yeah. Please, please.
In
the middle. Okay.
There's no better way to end the day than talking about money and defense. And this is what we're going to do now. Our last panel for today, we still have night owl sessions, but the last on the big scene, is about transatlantic defense, who pays, who acts. And I think that these are probably the most relevant topics in the moment in Europe, both defense and money. European defense is changing, the strategic environment is changing. We just had I thought, reassuring conversation with the US ambassador to NATO, but we all understand that the US is redefining its engagement in European security. And although that for me sounded very reassuring, I wonder how to distinguish signals and noise coming over from the US. So we have a bigger expectation from the US, rightly so, because we Europeans have been a little bit lazy on defense over the last decades. On the other hand, we have the implications of Russia's war against Ukraine that reshape our security environment, not only in Europe, but globally. And as a third challenge, next to the US administration, Russia, we have issues with cohesion in Europe. So how do we keep our house together in order to be able to act together? And all those three developments imply that we have to do more on defense, and we have to do more on defense together. And this requires significant investment and new defense models, particularly from us Europeans. So the question we want to touch upon today is, or this evening is, how can we actually bear these political and financial costs? How can we navigate our European and our national debates? Because in the end, if the capital at home doesn't buy in, we will not go very far. And I say that as a German who has just moved a little bit on defense. So the EU plans to provide support for all the needed investment, But again, we have these changes that we need to implement, particularly at the national level, and we have to invest more in that defense commitment. So we look at the long-term commitment of European allies to take over more responsibility, and we look at the changes that we have to impact. And I'm particularly happy to have 4 panelists. And if I'm allowed to say so, I'm particularly happy to have 3 women on the panel, because that and defense still is an issue. And we are happy to have you here too. So I have Nadia Calvino, President of the European Investment Bank, Andrius Kubilius, Commissioner for Defense and Space, Radmila Shekerinska, Deputy Secretary General of NATO, and Maria Malmös Stendergaard, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden. And my apologies if I tortured your names. And as I just explained, I'm running the new Transatlantic Security and Defense Program at the GMF, and I'm really happy we are having this panel. To open it, I would like to ask you, Radmila, how do you assess the current state of the transatlantic relationship? What do you think are our key challenges that we need to address, and maybe a little bit already how?
Well, thank you for the question, for opening up with this easy comment. I will start with the simpler task, and this is to say that transatlantic relationship and transatlantic partnership has never been more relevant. Because of Russia, war has returned to Europe. Because of this war, we have seen what some people call a fusion of foes around us, which are not just looking at developments, but are actually supporting each other. And the only approach that we can have in dealing with these challenges is that we both pay and act. And we do it together, Europe and America. This is why our goal is that the next NATO summit, which will take place in The Hague in not more than 2 weeks, should not only send the message, but really create the grounds for a stronger, better, fairer, and if I may say, even more lethal NATO. I know that sometimes this word is a bit too aggressive. The alliance will always remain a defensive alliance. But what we have seen in history, what we have seen in the last few years, what we have seen in Ukraine is that the only way you can deter aggression, deter war, prevent war, is if you prepare for it. If you have the resources, if you have the funds, if you have the capabilities, and if you have even the right mentality and mindset. So our focus will very much be on 32 allies agreeing that the threat is too big and too serious. We cannot minimize it, we cannot undermine it, and this is why we will act. And I am hopeful that allies will agree that as an alliance, we have to step up with defense spending. These discussions that have already started even at the forum, I heard some of the comments about a 5% in total defense and defense-related expenditures are still ongoing. But it is clear that the majority of the allies are sending the same signal. Yes, we know that this is not just a number that has been plucked from thin air. These amounts of money are necessary so that we can have the capabilities that our defense ministers agreed on just a week ago. So it's basically what we planned for some time. It's what the SACEUR have asked as operational requirements, and what all 32 allies have already agreed is needed. These capability targets are really very ambitious. Some people say 30% more than the previous capability targets, but if you analyze certain areas, the increase is dramatic. And this requires for 3.5% of core capability targets related expenses, and then additional funds also for other security-related expenses. And this is just one part of the puzzle. So we need more money, but we also need an industry that will be able to support these capability targets. And unfortunately, we are still not there. From what we have seen in the past, our companies are still slow. Some of the allies are still slow in the procurement. So this is, there needs to be, and this is what we expect from the Hague Summit, a very strong commitment on increased defense spending, where European allies and Canada will do more. In terms of what they used to do in the past. We will see a certain rebalancing in terms of European allies and Canada taking more responsibility. And this will make the alliance a more formidable military partnership and military alliance. And this is how we protect our values, and this is how we protect our freedom and security.
This is despite all the enormous homework you put on our plate, a really hopeful statement, which I really like to hear. Nadia, if I would turn to you, the fusion of foes, which is quite a thing to say, and it's not really reassuring. Would you agree on that analysis, or how would you say the world has changed since you took office?
Well, indeed, one has the feeling that I think it works. So one has the feeling right now, I think citizens have the feeling that everything, everywhere, all at once is changing. And they are quite right, actually, to have that impression, because the global order that underpinned our lives for the last 80 years and that has served so well the European Union, but also the US, for the past 80 years, which was very much led by US leadership, the dollar, oil, multilateral development institutions, financial institutions working as a system, rules-based trade. Well, that is changing. It has been changing for the last decade, but now this change is accelerating. And I think that this is the reality. A new world order is in the making. And we have to, beyond the noise, as you were saying, and the constant volatility and news that dominate our scenarios, that we need to really keep a clear line of where we want this new global order to go. And of course, as a European, I really want a strong Europe that can shape the new global order so that this world is led by our values. I think we have to defend democracy every day, and we have to defend our European values. That's my first reflection on what's happening in the world. Now, my second thought, and I took over at the helm of the European Investment Bank Group January 2024. But previously, I was vice president of the government in Spain and also chairing the IMF most important governing body, the International Monetary and Financial Committee. And so that gave me, I think, a very good perspective of those changes that were taking place. It's not new. It has been happening for a long while. We're moving now to a multipolar world. Let's see what happens to the financial sector. Let's see how the multilateral institutions continue to play the role, the stabilizing role that they have played in the last decades. And maybe it is because I had this kind of responsibility before January 24. I had a clear view that the European Investment Bank needed to step up its support, our support to Europe's security and defense capabilities. And the good news is we're doing it. We have already changed the scope of investments to be financed so that we can finance pure military projects. We are already, we have a very strong pipeline, more than 20 projects currently under assessment, going from large critical infrastructures and military facilities like the military barracks project in Lithuania, to host a Bundeswehr brigade very close to the border with Belarus. Industrial capabilities, research and development in areas such as drone manufacturing, space, support to SMEs. Today we have signed a very important agreement with Deutsche Bank, actually to mobilize 1 billion euros in support to Europe's SMEs in the supply chain of large contractors. In the coming days we'll sign a similar agreement with the French Caisse d'Epargne. So things are moving. That would be my headline. And finally, we're also creating an ecosystem of private investment funds, venture capital investors, to invest in those promising startups in Europe. the evolution and the dynamism in the last year and a half is immense. And so I think that we're on the right track to indeed be sure that we protect our strategic autonomy as Europeans, and that we can meet the expectations of European citizens, that European institutions and their governments, first and foremost, will protect their integrity and their well-being.
Thank you. So we have the analysis of the fusion of foes, of the challenges. We give ourselves as Europeans the means, the money to do so. Maria, if I would turn to you, where do you think we as Europeans should focus our efforts on if we want to be still able to shape our order, our regional order, or even global order, to defend our values? So how could we, if I would rephrase it maybe, how can we move from this US-led defense to a more European-led defense? Not meaning without the Americans, but recognizing that we have to do more, we have to step up, because we understand that our most important ally has to focus somewhere else. So what should we focus on? And we're kind of really making the steps from what's the issue, what's our environment, we give ourselves the means, we change the investment kind of picture. So where really have to look at, what are the next steps we should take?
Well, I think there are basically three things we need to do. First of all, we need to step up and invest more in our own security. I think it's the best way of keeping the US engaged in Europe and in European defense as well, is showing that we value our own security and our own independence. And like you said, we have been a bit lazy. I would say that we have believed in free lunches. It's quite obvious that there are no free lunches anymore. I think in the long run, this is very good. But now we have to step up in a very short period of time. It's not about decades, which might, to be honest, be needed. It's about years. And that puts a lot of pressure on us, but I'm sure that we can live up to that. Secondly, we need to invest more in Ukraine to also keep the US involved in Ukraine. And we do not want a president that says that you can actually benefit from attacking a friendly neighbor. And I mean, now that we see that the world order is being challenged all over the globe, now is the time to really show that this is truly important to us. We need to protect the international courts, thank you, and we need to protect the rules-based world order. And for us now, what is at stake the most is Ukraine. And I believe that more countries can do more, and that is the best way of also keeping the US involved. And third, we need to keep focusing on the long-term relationship with the US. I believe that they need their partners also in order to deal with, for instance, China. So we now need to do what we should have done a long time ago. And I also see a great opportunity now for Europe to become more efficient and focus on what is truly important, and not the details of the directives, but actually create change.
Thank you. I totally agree on all what you said. There's something that I'm wondering is that if you have more money, are we really getting more efficient? I think the empirical evidence still needs to be found, unfortunately. But that brings me to you, Andreas. I mean, one point what Miller made was about the need for industry to function. You also mentioned that without an industrial base, without the production capacities, we will not be able to live up to that. So what you think we should do more? Do we need more bi-European incentives? Might be, how long does it take us to really live up to that? Where do we need to focus more on? We can discuss a lot, even if we have the money, but if we don't get the stuff on the road, our defense will not improve. So where is it where you see the most, where we should focus on, where we still have to do more homework, where we struggle, maybe where we didn't get it? So give us all the homework. All those people can take home to their places.
Well, first of all, I think that what is very important is that we started to understand the challenges. I call it, that we're living in perfect storm times. War is not ending, and it's not very clear how it will end. Russia is becoming more aggressive. Americans have all the right to shift their attention more and more towards China, and not only right, but need, because of Chinese rising military power. So it means that they will diminish their presence on the European continent. It will not happen today or tomorrow, or maybe even not during this year, but we need to have that in mind. And our capabilities are still quite below what we need to have according to NATO new capability targets. I made very simple arithmetic from what Admiral Van Dier publicly says, that the new targets will be 30% bigger than the previous targets, but the previous targets we were not implementing by 30%. So simple arithmetics means that at the moment we are at the level of 53%, 53, what we need to have according to new targets. So this is quite a big gap. And in addition to that, of course, we need to start to calculate how much it will cost for us to replace what Americans are now giving us, in Europe. Again, looking into longer-term perspective. So out from that, I'm always saying that, what we need to avoid in that transatlantic relations is really some kind of, angry and chaotic divorce. What we need to do, we need to have very practical plan how we are, going ahead, replacing those capabilities which now we are giving by our transatlantic partners, and to agree with them on that plan. So this is one thing. Now, definitely it depends on us to have the plan. And that is what we're working. And, we're creating financial perspectives. NATO is developing capability targets, so we shall know what we need to build, how much we need to build. And then we, of course, are looking into supply side, which demands financial support. EIB is doing that. And also we need to look how we can speed up all the processes in our industrial readiness. And that is why I'm saying, look, that we need to understand when we hear, and we need to take that very seriously. When German intelligence service, the head of intelligence service today, at least I read today, is saying that they have an evidence that Kremlin is planning to test Article 5, that is serious. So what does it mean serious? We need to understand that the regulations which we established during peacetime now for our defense readiness not always are fit for the purpose. So that is why next week we are coming with omnibus of simplification in defense, really looking into possibilities how we can change some regulations, which in some countries now, for example, to have the permit to build a new factory in defense factory, according to regulation, not because of bureaucrats making some delays and so on, but simply according to regulation, it takes 5 years. So we cannot, ask Putin to postpone his plans because we have, to do our paperwork. So this is what we are doing, what we need to do, and that is just the beginning. What we did till now, like Rearm Europe plan, financial, like our white paper. We need to look, further into what we need to do more. Next MFF is starting to be discussed. So, I mean, things are starting to be developed and built. And, that is why I'm quite always hopeful, despite all those, threats which we see. We need to see them with clear eyes. Like Reagan was saying, don't be afraid to see what you see. It means recognize what you see, But, usually I'm always quoting Jean Monnet, who was saying that back in 1957, when the Rome Treaty was signed, that Europe will be created, European community will be created during the crisis, and what will be created during the crisis, that will be community. So now we are in those, perfect storm times. We're living through quite a deep security and defense crisis. And we're building something new. And that new will make us much stronger.
Sometimes I would hope that we can make progress without crisis. I think that would be wonderful. Quoting you and your math, 53% of our capability plans we we just read 53%. And you talked about the practical plan. What is the time tag you would put behind? How long does it take us?
Well, there are capabilities which we need to develop very soon. I mean, taking into account threats from Russia. And you know what Mark Rutte is saying, that at the moment, all the NATO member states, including the United States, we are producing the amount of ammunition during 1 year which Russia can produce during 3 months. Simple difference, you know, which we need to catch up. And that is why European Union programs, which we are developing, here was ASAP, DIRPA, which it appears they were very effective because, for example, ASAP program, which was designed in 2023, when it appeared that our ammunition production during the whole year is only 300,000 of shells. Now we're ending this year with 2 million shells. Ukrainians are producing a lot, and they have a lot of possibilities to produce even more. I'm always arguing, you know, that we can be, prudent and much more effective if we would use our financial resources, which we're spending for assistance to Ukraine, spending those money with Ukrainian defense industry. Because they are very effective, they are very innovative, they are able to produce high-quality weapons 2 times cheaper than we are producing in Europe. Now those safe loans, which we have 2 weeks as approved, and again we are very much expecting that member states will use 2 months now period to really to look into how much they need of those loans. But those loans also can be used together with Ukraine to procure from Ukrainian industry and for Ukraine. So there are new possibilities. And that is what we expect that member states will use, and will use with a really very urgent agenda. Second is longer-term agenda, when we need to look into what we call strategic enablers and United States capabilities which we need to replace. Again, we are doing quite a lot here, especially because we are dependent, for example, on some space intelligence data services which Americans are providing. Where we shall start to build our own system. We are building new secure satellite communication system, which proudly we are announcing that it will be better than Starlink. So this is what we are doing. We are moving ahead. It will take time, it will take investment, and we need to agree with our partners, transatlantic partners, but we should not leave some kind of empty space.
The empty space, we could call it a deterrence gap. And what we would like to avoid in that kind of practical plan you mentioned is exactly to have a deterrence gap. This is what we don't want. Radmila, if I can turn to you again, I mean, taking over more responsibility as Europeans without having a deterrence gap and looking at mass, what you said, looking at enablers, all the enablers, be it intelligence, targeting, long-range fires, we don't grow it overnight. It takes us probably a decade to get there. Is this kind of new transatlantic bargain to just hope that we make it to the next 10, 15 years by paying 5% and maybe praying?
Well, as they say, hope is not a strategy. So this is not what we aim for. And let me be even clearer. Europeans stepping up doesn't mean a US diminishing or neglecting its presence. Because what we see from the US side is a clear commitment to NATO that comes in parallel with an expectation that we will step up. And this, as Maria was reminding us, this is hardly new. I mean, you would have a difficulty going back in time and looking at statements of US presidents not to find each and every one of them asking for Europeans, sometimes Europeans and Canada, to step up. Also because the goal of a secure Europe, secure Atlantic, and secure Arctic is also US strategic interest, and vice versa. So this is why I started with transatlantic bond being more relevant than ever, which means just that we will also have to contribute a bit more. If you do the math when it comes to capability targets, if you do the math on ammunition, if you do math on enablers, you will see that even as a full-fledged transatlantic community and alliance, we all together need to step up dramatically. If we start creating barriers in terms of defense industry, if we start looking at each other as, you know, not one part, not one puzzle, not one alliance, actually we will destroy the very deterrence we are looking for. So it is really a question of transatlantic bond, transatlantic partnership, and transatlantic commitment. So commitment from both sides. Just looking at air defense as an alliance, so together with all the US equipment, with the US defense production base, we still have to increase our air defenses 400%. We have to double our enablers with the US. We have to increase our readiness at least 30%, not to mention drones and ammunition. So there is a great value, and several people have mentioned here, I'd like to support this. There is great value in supporting each other also as a much wider defense industry base. There is a great value in working with Ukraine, because in Ukraine, the innovation cycle is shorter. They talk about 2 to 6 weeks. So instead of seeing this, you know, as, you know, a zero-sum game, we all have to contribute more. When we are talking about increased defense spending, we are talking about increased defense spending by all allies. We are talking about increased capability targets by all allies. And it is only with this really strong investment that will be sustainable, not a one-time decision, that will maybe solve the problem this year or next year. No, a long-term commitment to our security, that we can actually prove that we are serious about our security and our freedom. And these threats will not disappear overnight. I believe that we really have a very strong and shared sense of purpose, of threats that are mobilizing us. Many people believe that Europe or the alliance will be petrified by some of the developments in our... It has galvanized us into action. It's not easy. The political decisions are very difficult. We all know this. But this is the right thing to do.
I like this kind of optimistic punch at the end. Before I turn to Maria and Nadia again, just let you know that we have the last 10 minutes for questions from the public. So get ready to join the conversation. I mean, keeping this transatlantic bond, this is what we strive for at GMF. So I'm all with you. But we also have to wonder, I mean, we're talking of enormous amounts of money. If we talk about 5% defense spending, this is not peanuts. It's not that I'm questioning the need to spend it. It's just looking at the economic situation, looking at the domestic situation. That's quite a big number. So Nadia, turning to you, the increasing need to finance defense, how do we marry that? How do we make that compatible with other European policy commitments, such as the green transition? Because we don't want to have this or that. We want to have it both if possible, but there's not endless money.
We need to. It's also a matter of security. When people are discussing the green transition, I think for Europeans it's a no-brainer. We cannot continue to rely on fossil fuel producers. It's a matter of security. It's a matter of strategic autonomy. Likewise, I was reflecting this week, we have just discussed an investment into health productive capacity. After the pandemic, I don't think anybody can have any doubt about the importance for all of us to be able to deal with health hazards. So it is also a matter of security. There are, I would argue, let me say it this way, in my view, every euro financed by the European Investment Bank is actually contributing to Europe's security. Because it is also a matter of technological innovation. It is also a matter of agriculture. It is and food security and food autonomy. So, you know, the founding fathers of the European Union were very wise, and you have quoted them when you were saying how Europe will be built. I think they were extremely wise, not only what they said, but what they did. What they did was putting together at the supranational level steel, coal, nuclear energy, and agriculture. These are the 4 elements for war. And so I would like to focus on a word you said. You said together. We have to do this together. More important than a number or a percentage, and I know this creates great headlines and everybody's focusing on that. Europe is a rich continent. We can mobilize the finance. I think it's more the fact of doing it together so that we standardize the technologies, and this is, I think, the top priority for the European Commission, and to make sure that we have a European model of the different elements, you know, instead of having, I don't know how many, you know the numbers, Andrews. We need to have efficient procurement systems. We need to have interoperable systems. We need to, and that is what will make us more efficient. As you were probing Maria, is it just a matter of more money? No, it's a matter of doing things together. Now, let me end this reflection on a positive note, and I think the European Investment Bank has a very important role to play precisely in making sure that it's not about one percentage or another at national level, but capabilities at European level, and that we make sure that we become more efficient. But let me finish on that. I do see a momentum. I do see an awareness, as Ludmila was saying, and Andrews also. I see a strong determination on the side of leaders to do things. And frankly, well, Europe for the last 80 years has been a project of peace. This compares to the history before these last 80 years, you know. So I do think that Europe will have the capacity to step up its ability to defend itself. I don't have any doubt about it.
Maria, before I open it, just a quick question. I like the together idea because together means transatlantically together. It means together on the European level. But if you don't get our publics on the national level with us, the other two togethers are getting far more difficult. And Sweden is a wonderful example in that you succeeded in ramping up defense, but also total defense. So not only the military we are talking about, but all the other threats. And the idea of total defense, resilience, taking the public with you, this is a key area. If you don't have the support, we see that in Ukraine, if the society is not with you, we will not prevail. So maybe just a kind of, if you could have, just a very short comment before I open it so the public is not sad, not getting the time. Kind of maybe just one or two advice you would share on how we kind of keep this cohesion or bring this total defense idea, because it's fascinating to watch how successfully Sweden has implemented that and reach that cohesion.
Well, as a politician, it's a great advantage to have big public support for what you need to do. I believe that in Sweden we have such a big support for the support for Ukraine, but also for huge investments in defense, and that is needed now. I must say that I am a bit worried because I think that the driver here in Sweden and in Northern Europe is the sense of urgency created by the Russian threat. To us, the Russian threat is real, and to the frontline states ramping up their investments in an enormous pace now, it's real, the threat. But I really don't see the same thing in other parts of Europe, and that worries me. So we have politicians all over Europe going to their constituencies saying that Ukraine is fighting not only for their own freedom, but also for ours. But we don't see that translating into the investments that are needed. So I would say that our ability to create this total defense, and we are not there yet, but we are on the way, is based upon the feeling that there is a real threat. But I would say that if I try to be a bit more concrete, we start at a very early stage. We are very honest with children. We are very honest with the population. We send a lot of information. We have this book that was that was sent to all households on how to be prepared, not only for war, of course, but also for a crisis. And also, I think the pandemic has shown many of us that there can be a crisis that you never thought about and that you really have to be prepared.
So this is really, I think, a really great example. I already seen 3 hands. I'd collect 3 questions and bring them all together and ask you for a final comment, please. Quickly introduce yourself so our panelists know. And please try to be concise and short because I see the time and I might get pressure to finish on time.
Thanks a lot. I'm Roland Freudenstein from the Brussels Freedom Hub, and I have a question for Commissioner Kubilius. The inevitable buy European question. So, how can Europeans square the circle of striving for independently being able to take care of European security, and at the same time keeping the US involved by buying American kit, American military equipment for both helping Ukraine at the moment and also defending Europe?
Thank you. Wonderful example of a concise question and not a comment. Wonderful. Next, please.
Hi, Bart Shefrick here, JMF. Thank you very much for your very insightful comments. One country that hasn't been mentioned in terms of who could pay for transatlantic defense is Russia. Russia has 200 billion euro worth of state assets frozen here in Brussels, and it's been periodically discussed in terms of whether Europe and the wider West can seize these assets. Now, the legal questions, as I understand, have been addressed a long time ago, and it's really a question of political will, and I wanted to ask you for your reflections on this. Thanks.
Thank you. And there was a third question. I wouldn't mind taking a woman as a third question. Excellent. Oh, sorry. I think we have not more time.
Okay, thank you. It's a privilege to be a woman. My name is Olga Limar. I'm from the Reanimation Package of Reforms Coalition from Kyiv, Ukraine. Thank you very much for your support of our country. And I also have the question to Commissioner Kubilius. You speak about the strengths of European Commission, of European Union, and strengthening defense. Do you see Ukraine as a part of strengthening the European Union security, and do you see the enlargement process as a part of its security? Thank you.
So you get all the questions. By European, between strengthening Europe, keeping the US in, enlargement process, and then whoever wants to take you want to take the frozen assets? Okay, so you start, and I come back to all of you at the end anyway, and if you want to add something, I give you the space. Andres, but
very briefly on buy European. We need to understand one thing, that this is not about protectionism. This is about development of our defense industry, which is special in some way. It's industry also, but it's a very important defense resource. And for, till now, we were spending too little on defense, and as Draghi report is saying, we were spending only 20% of our defense expenditure on European production. So we are keeping our defense industry, we were keeping our defense industry in some way, in a bad situation. Now, second, there are some weapon systems which we are not producing at all, and we need then to procure them from those who are producing them. Either it is Americans or Koreans and so on. And third point is, what, that's for next discussion with GMF, what kind of warfare we are going to fight if we shall need to fight. What we're learning from Ukraine, 80% of targets are hit by drones. British, I understand, British learned the lesson, and this is a new strategy they wrote, the famous 20-40-40 warfare doctrine. 20% of targets will be hit by traditional heavy weapons, artillery and tanks, 40% by light drones, like kamikaze drones, and 40% by heavy drones and missiles. So, then, to produce drones, as we understand from Ukrainian experience, is not so difficult. It's much more difficult to have the whole ecosystem, which we need to learn from Ukraine, what they are doing, really. It's amazing, and it's much more difficult to understand and to learn how you need to change your procurement, regulations and so on, in order to have such kind of dynamic development. That is why we are investing a lot in our cooperation with Ukraine in order not only to support Ukraine, but also to learn. And here is my answer to the second question. We need to understand very clearly what we are facing now in Europe. There are just two military armies, battle-tested, with ability to use millions of drones. One is Ukrainian, which is defending us. Another is Russian, which is now much stronger than it was back in 2022, and which is planning to test Article 5. So if we would be prudent, which not always happens, but sometimes, we would take Ukrainians immediately to our new European security architecture, really strengthening our defense capabilities and our defense industry capabilities. So that is my answer, that when I am asked the question, how important is Ukraine integration towards EU, I am putting another question. To whom important? To Ukrainians or to us? And I am answering that from my point of view, at the moment, especially looking from defense point of view, for us, Ukrainian integration is more important.
That's a lovely way of ending the debate. And I'm seeing that I'm standing between you and the dinner reception. But I still want to give it a final word for really just a word to all my panelists. By the way, I really like it that you already set up the agenda for the next GMF roundtable. What is the future of conflict, and how do we need to prepare for that? So already we can already re-meet again. But before I officially close the session, I just want to have really a word or sentences of you. What gives you hope? Because if I look back at the beginning of the panel, fusion of foes, not enough capabilities, cohesion, finances, there's a tendency of getting a bit depressed. So if we were to meet in 5 years again here, and to have made progress, so what gives you hope that we will make it and we are on the right track? One word or one sentences? Who wants to start? Maria, because I scrapped the frozen assets. Maybe you want to start and just give us.
So I can't answer that now.
If you want very, very briefly.
Okay, first we have to make sure it's not defrozen this summer when the sanctions need to be prolonged. I think we will manage that. Secondly, it should be used. Someone is going to use it, and it has to be used by Ukraine that has legitimate claims. And now the Commission has to come up with a mechanism for making that possible. But I believe that it is legally possible and it should be done. What gives me hope is that this fat cat that Europe has more or less become has this huge window of opportunity now to become more competitive, to remove administrative hurdles and step up and become an even bigger player. And I agree with the Commissioner that we have grown stronger from every crisis, despite what people thought, and that we will do that again.
So from crisis to catharsis. Nadia?
What gives me hope is the fact that we have already done it, actually. If you look back at the pandemic, by working together and supporting public-private cooperation, we developed the vaccine. Every European had access to the vaccine. And to be frank, and I was at the time in the government, and the experts were telling us 4 years, 5 years, and December 2020, we were starting to vaccinate citizens. So we can do it. I have all hope that we can do it, and not hope. I have confidence that we can do it because we've already done it. It's a matter of determination and doing it together.
Excellent. Andreas?
Well,
hope.
Yeah, hope is always present when we are understanding that we are hit by the crisis. So we understood, finally, that we are hit by the crisis, that there are really defense threats, and we started to do the job, and we understood also that we need to invest into our independent capabilities, or like Commission President have said, we need to create independent Europe. But independent does not mean alone. Independent and strong together.
Stronger together?
You mentioned that I have been too optimistic. So
no, I didn't say that. I really liked it because you can be easily depressed.
I will mention one danger and one reason for hope or for confidence. I agree with you. On danger, I really believe that there is a danger if we develop our defense efforts in parallel, American and European. They need to be transatlantic, all our defense efforts, and they need to be complementary. But on the hope or confidence side, if you look back in history, you know, ancient history even now, when Europe and America are together, we are unbeatable. So transatlantic, complementary, united, but also in action. So I do believe that this transatlantic action will be visible at the Hague Summit.
Excellent. So united in action, and I think that should give us hope. And if we meet again next year or in 5 years' time, we will all check the boxes or what we have done, I hope. Good. And I hand over to my colleague who has all the information on how to move from here to the reception, and then particularly move back for the night owl session. Very important. So a big thank you, please. Big applause.
Good.
Perfect. Thank you, Claudia.